I think we're good. I think everything is working. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday. We have some things to review, which is a planned stuff, which didn't happen often, but does exist today. So we have some things to take a look at. Um, but if you have some things for me to take a look at, please feel free to share the links. As always, this is a Friday, it's a review day, so we have plenty of things to do. We have some good news. We have some probably very good news, potentially. I don't know. I'm unsure yet, but it seems to be pretty good so far. And we have some news. Neither bad nor good. It's just news. It's fine. It's okay. Everything is, I mean, some people will see that as a very positive thing, so we'll see how that goes. But so far, that's where we are. Um, I guess we could probably potentially start with the news on the apps because that's going to be the easiest things to do and it's going to be the fastest and it's going to work. So, potentially massive news. Potentially massive news. I'm not sure yet. I need to test things out. But so far, based on my test, the thing that goes into production soon, is probably going to be good. So, what happened? I finally, after what seems like a year, but it's been 3 months, I think I finally have figured out how to sync records in between CloudKit and multiple users. I know, I know. It took me 6 years, but I think I think I got it. I think it works. So technically speaking, if it works and if everything is in place, we should have a thing in there where on the next launch you will have something that will take 4 to 6 minutes to sync the entirety of the CloudKit database with your local database and then pull everything that you don't have that is currently on CloudKit to your device. And then everything after that, because everything gets watermarked on your local database, you will have the ability to sync, which is exactly what we wanted to have since the beginning, but I was a dumbass and I couldn't figure it out. So now, finger crossed, it's working. But on my side of things, it seems to be working. If I'm adding stuff on this device, for example, it pops up on the iPad after like the next restart of the app. So it seems to be working. I still need to make some tests this weekend to make sure that I have the thing that works. But so far, on paper and on testing from my device to my device, it seems good. I don't know exactly how I can test things not on my device. I don't have beta testers anymore. I think some of you have the app, so I could just ask you if it worked. But so far that's where we are. So that's really good news. Everything seems to be working. I have added a banner at the top of the screen that will show you exactly how much time. It's a bit of an approximated value it will take to sync the entire database, which is 40,000 records, 40,200 and something. So it's a lot. Not even 200, 500 and something. So it's a lot of records to sync on launch, so I know it will take time, but at least after that, everything should go through, which is good. So that's neat. And then the other thing, I just got distracted by this. The other thing is that it will also give you a banner at the top if the app discovers that there is new CloudKit records after the fact. So later on, like let's say in a week or two, I'm adding the entirety of the collection of Deepteak, and you will have a notification thing that will basically tell you the entirety of the Deepteak has been added. So X amount of perfumes from Deepteak is now in the database, which seems to be working. But then again, I need a test. So that's the potentially very good news. It took me, again, 6 months to figure it out. But it seems to be good. It seems to be good. So that is one of the good news of the day. I'm really happy with that. We'll see if it works. I also have added something for the images. I had them in the beginning and I removed them for simplicity and I re-added them in a way that is potentially working. So the perfume bottle right here, for example, and all of these are extracted and saved on your device, which is the goal to always have them all the times, whatever. And so now it is supposed to also sync with CloudKit so that someone else that add the perfume will download the image that has been processed on your end and not have to fetch the image on the website in question. So that's a bit of a weird thing. I need to test that out as well, but it seems to be working as well. So that's good news, meaning that if for some reason I have a perfume that has a bottle image that is not really good, because it's cropped, because it has some issues in the background removal section, I can then, after the fact, come in, edit that image, and then everyone else get the better image for their perfume. So everyone that has that perfume is uh, gonna get that. So that's a pretty good thing. I think the one that I have in my head right now, it's the sunset hour from um here, which you can see has a bit of a an Apple logo type of thing, where there is a bit of a piece that is missing on the side. That is supposed to be flat. So if I make sure that this image is better, and then I sync that with CloudKit, everyone else that is using or is having this element in their collection is now going to have the better image. So that's the plan. On paper, it's working. Um, on me, I know that I need to have re-add that to my collection because I just got this, which you don't know what it is, but that's fine. And that's good. It should work, I think. So yeah, that's the very good news. The rest is the same. I changed some micro animations here and there, and I'm trying to tweak some very tiny things to make sure that it works. But that's the biggest one. So far, it's gonna go in production when I finish the test this weekend. So probably Saturday afternoon or Sunday, I'm sending that to Apple to review, and then depending on how long they take, as always, is gonna be a bit longer or shorter than expected. But we never know. Sometimes they take 4 minutes to review the app, and sometimes they don't. So because of the fact that they will have the banner at the top for the full sync, I have doubt that that will take 4 minutes. So yeah, we'll see when that happens. But that's the main news. That's the main potentially very good news, which I'm really happy with. The second thing is not really a good news or bad news. As always, I don't know how I do it for timing the streams and the washing machine. It's probably gonna end in like 10 to 15 minutes. So that's gonna need to happen again. Um, but it's just a just news, not, you know, debatable. And then regarding the good news but not great news as the app itself, last Monday, last Monday? No, last Wednesday stream, I absolutely forgot to take my meds on stream, which is not good because it's for my heart. And on that day, I was running on a fat ass energy drink, and I was fine. So that's potentially a very good news. I don't know. It seems the heart is making recovery pretty good. The medicine is still there. I'm still using it. I'm still taking it as I should. But on that day specifically, which was a day with energy drink, which is not supposed to happen. Sorry. You know, it worked. So that's a good news. I would say that's a pretty good news, nonetheless. In the other things which are not necessarily newsworthy at all, we just have a singular addition. I haven't talked about ban in a while, so we only are at 118 and 4 paying users, which is fine for this month. Um, it's working. Nothing new has been added, so We'll see. I have to talk about something that is related to what Stony showed me last time. So that is when Stony is gonna pop in, if when he decides to wake up, which I don't know. That's gonna be not now, that's for sure.
The Chelsuk is now following.
But Chelsea, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. I hope you're good. Um, we have something to review today, and it is something that we have already reviewed twice. But apparently, based on the news, we need to review it again. And that is the fucking Stitch with Google that apparently has had an update 2 days ago, or yeah, 2 days ago. So we are gonna go through that. I have very low hopes on what that is gonna do. Just, I think I should do that because it will make a lot more sense. Um, in terms of the in terms of what we have said last time and all the thing that we have said last time, Stitch being an acquisition from Galileo AI was kind of shit. We only had this for like a 3 minute video to explain what was happening with the acquisition. The outputted design was the same, and the results were really bad. The second version of Galileo AI check that we did was the same. 1 year later, nothing had changed. And the first one, that is somewhere around here from 2 years ago, was really bad as well. Phils, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? So, very bad on the first time, the exact same very bad on the second time, and then the exact same very bad on the third time. And then we talked about it from time to time, and we went through checks here and there to have like some of these, but overall, not the greatest. So, as always, Galileo AI was an UI generation AI platform that was acquired, that was acquired by Google, and then they renamed it Stitch. Since then, it has been updated, and 2 days ago they have made big changes, and therefore today we have something to review, which is really interesting potentially. But yeah, hey, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? All of that. We are going to go through our usual things. Also, by the way, I'm planning on recording that section of the stream so that we have a recap a year later for Stitch as well, which is good. So we are going to use our usual prompt because it makes sense, and it is very simple. The goal of the prompt is to be as vague as possible because we want to ensure that someone that doesn't have the skills can potentially output something good, which I guess it's probably going to be okay, but not that much good. Some of the newest features in that new version is the voice control thing, so you can now chat with Gemini through Stitch, so you can have a conversation where you can hear Gemini basically reply to you, and you can use your voice to do the entire thing. I'm not going to do that now because on stream I need the mic for the stream, not for this thing. So, a bit of a weird thing. Nonetheless, our base stuff, for what we can see that it is changed, the prompt box is a bit bigger than usual. We have the thing that we need to, have in there, um, to say that we are using the tool, whatever, it doesn't really matter. The background has changed. The same thing as usual, you have the ability to add screenshots, define if you wanted app design or website design, kind of have some design system presets as an option, changing the type of models that you are using, and then the voice controls, as I said, you have this thing at the top because obviously they just released that, so that makes sense. And on the left side, On the left side, we have the previous prompts that we have used and the outputs. I'm guessing these are going to be displayed as if they were in the previous versions, which were just images, because the new one gives you the layers, so, and the responsiveness and the prototyping. So we'll see. Nonetheless, we need to create. I hear the washing machine as well at the same time. So we want to create a homepage for streaming platform with a purple accent color. This is the prompt that we want to have. We know for a fact that this is a very bad prompt, and we know that it's not detailed enough for any model to create something good out of it. But we just want to make sure that someone that doesn't have the skills has the ability to just export the things, and that's it. That's all they have in their heads. So that's what we're using. We could 100% use one of the preset design systems, which I think we will do later. But for now, for the test, that's it. So the goal here is to expect a Netflix-like experience or something similar. A true purple accent color. Every single one that we've had so far have been green, brown, or blue. And I think one of them was kind of purple in the tone, but the images that was generated were all green. So that's a bit of a weird thing. We'll see how long it takes and if that's good. So let's generate that. We're using 3.0 Flash, which is not 3.1 Flash latest. And yeah, we have previous work that has gone away. The Gemini thing on the top left, the current work, I guess, which is basically the same thing. So that's interesting. Like that's my prompt, but that's the work being done. So I don't really understand that thing. Nonetheless, tools on the right side with the cursor, the selection, the direct edit. That's interesting. The pan, so H, or I'm guessing the hand. Yes, regular ones. Image to probably upload image to the Canva, some design system section, and favorite when you want to favorite things. It has started with creating the design system that needs to be used. So it's using some colors, font, and buttons element here and there. It's pretty sharp for now. So that's much better than what we had last time. So I'm already pretty impressed by what we are seeing. Wasn't expecting anything, but the fact that it's creating a design system. This is not a design system, but I at least a bit of a design style guide is not a bad move. Speed wise, it's still slow as fuck, but I can live with that. I can live with that. Flora, good morning. How are you? How's your day going? How's everything? I think the fuck didn't go through. It did. It did now. Good. Okay. Apparently, designing the UI is done. This is still working. So, we'll see how that goes. I'm not gonna pan out just yet. I just wanted to tell me that it is done, and then we'll see. And then we'll move on. This is Stitch by Google. This is the latest version. It's been shit since the beginning. It's been shit in their previous company. And since Google has acquired it, it has been shit as well. And now it seems to be a tad better, but I don't know. So we'll see. That is the test. That popped in. Apparently something moved here, something didn't change there, and then now we're good. Okay, cool. So, as said, we have the design system style guide thing, which is using specific font, specific color, which I don't really know why we have a bit of a salmon, coral, pink, red to complement the purple. The purple is a very Twitch purple right there. I'm not gonna lie, this is a very Twitch purple, and we are using the very pale version of it in that environment. So that's something, but it's fine. Everything is very square, but okay. The full width or full height of this thing is okay. That section at the bottom is interesting. That makes a lot of sense. This makes some sense in some placement. There is no explanation like we used to have. So in the past, we used to have a lot more definition of every single section of the design. Right now, the only thing that we have is I've created a premium homepage for your streaming platform featuring a high impact hero section and curated content rows, all tied together with your purple brand color, which is not exactly it's not my brand, but it's fine. So, header-wise, we're pretty good. I feel like this makes a lot more sense compared to the previous one that we had, so I'm pretty happy with that. The buttons and the button gradient is untasteful, but I get it. It's fine. We've seen better, but it's fine. That section of trending now is pretty good. I feel like we might use the same thing for the continue watching. So that's interesting nonetheless. Design-wise, corner radius, debatable compared to the rest of the design style guide that they gave us. The font is a bit too on the left for me, but that's just a small detail. And then new release is the exact same image generation that we talked about from last time. So very green, very blue most of the time, instead of getting some things that are as ranged as the ones that we have right here, which again, kind of green, but we have a lot of orange, gray, green, yellow, That's a bit of a better range for the color scheme. Here is very, very much blue and green. So nonetheless, this is pretty okay, but it's a bit of a weird thing. The fact that the trending now has the type, the time, the date, but the new release don't give us anything. If it's a streaming platform, new releases means this is something that is added to the platform, not necessarily something that is a new movie that just came out. So, debatable, but I would still have the genre, which is already here, fantasy and so on, but also like the duration and the year of release could be interesting. Nonetheless, it's a pretty good layout. The fact that it's using this framed images and they don't have all the same width and placement is kind of weird, but that's fine. This new section, this is something that we haven't seen yet, which is the recommended for you. That could be really cool. As a concept, as a bento grid, this is pretty interesting. However, does it showcase a movie or TV show or something that I would be willing to watch just by this section? I don't know. I feel like it needs to have a lot more stuff to it compared to regular Netflix platforms and so on. And then the footer is fine. It's just misaligned, but that's an okay thing. So, like that's fine. In terms of output, I feel like it's much better than what we used to have. It's still very similar. It's still very, very basics. But then again, the goal of this test is to always have the most basic, as in I'm an accountant that has been tasked by my boss to do something for the landing page for some reason because the designer quit. Like that's the type of thing that I want to have as a proof of concept to make sure that this thing is going to be worthwhile or not. So we'll see. But yeah, overall, this is pretty okay. It's much better than what we used to have. It's using the same patterns. I'm not really the biggest fan of that, but that's okay. If I then go into the mark section, it means that we do have the ability to highlight things and mark stuff. I don't really know how that is going to work. but that is going to work to mark sections to then probably reprompt on top of. So that's an interesting thing. The direct edit is now transforming everything into an editable section. So that's something that is interesting, which means that we can then edit the text or edit with the AI directly, which is a nice element in terms of the design of it. But then once again, they fucked up the corner radius. So, that's the usual. That is the usual. Anyways, the pan is just to pan around, which makes sense, and then the upload is going to be the upload, which makes sense as well. We are currently using this design system section that is the one that has been selected, and we can change stuff directly. I am expecting here to be able to change the color and that to impact directly the changes here. So I'm guessing if I do something green right there, and we go into a bit of a moss environment for, I don't know, right here, for example, when I say to save and apply, I'm expecting this to change everything here and here, which is currently the case. But based on what I'm seeing there and the time it takes now, this means it's going to regenerate the exact same page with a new color as an image, meaning that the probability of me having the exact same layout is high because it now knows how to do so, but I have doubts. This should just have been a color change at a CSS level, not here, like that. That behavior makes a lot less sense, but at least we have something that is more aligned with the elements right there. We now have a new badge, which I don't think I saw a second ago, so that's interesting. The gradient went away. Good to see. And the purple at the top is still purple at the top, so yeah. Washing machine is done. 1 second. Aye, that was fast enough. That was fast enough. Cybersect, hi, what going on? How are you? How's the day going? So, now that we have this, the goal for me is to extract that to Figma either directly or do something else. I just see that we have other things with the generate instant prototype, which is something that we need to check. But since we don't have more pages, I feel like this is not necessarily going to be worthwhile. The modify is the thing that we have used right here. The preview is to go into the preview things, and then export is new, which is kind of interesting, and download is weird. And you can view the code, but I mean, by the simple fact that it just had to regenerate the image entirely in order to get the color change, I'm expecting this to not be coded. So the preview is probably the play as well, which, whatever. And then the export, if I do Figma, which is the main point, what does it do? It says your HTML will be sent to Code to Design and processed according to their terms of services, which is not a copy paste. Again, the previous iteration, as in Galileo AI, in their first version, was providing a way for us to simply do click to copy and then paste within Figma directly. So that was more interesting and a bit better. But let's convert to Figma and see how it works. I'm guessing it's basically the exact same thing that Cloud Code is doing right now. Okay, so you basically need to send to code to design, which returns the HTML, which you then can convert into a Figma file on their end, and then you need a copy. So that's on its own a bit of a mess, but I get it. Nonetheless, now that we're here within Figma, if we have a new file and we just drop the thing with a Command V, weirdly enough, I get the purple one. That's not supposed to happen. So I just got the previous iteration. I'm going to move Figma right next to this. I just got the previous iteration of this when I exported it instead of the new version. So this is wrong, but good to know. I don't know if it's something that is going to be related to the amount of updates that we do, or if it's something that is just, it's fucked because Stitch is fucked. We'll see in a second. We're going to do another screen as always, but what do we have in Figma, which is the most important question? We have the exact same design. We have a lot more space at the bottom, which is something that I wasn't really prepared to see. There is no footer. Apparently, that's the reason. The footer has disappeared in the new update for the color section. Everything is in a layout frame, which is pretty good. This is something that you probably can't see because it's behind my camera and the chat. So let me just move you in the way. You have the main container, which is the exact same thing as the body. I'm not gonna. That's a bit of a mess. And you have the footer that is added, and then the top nav is something that is sticky on top. That's fine. Inside of here, we have the hero section and then the categories section, which should have been separated by default. Like these three should have been just split. There is no need to have a subdiv for this element specifically. So that's a debatable point for me. Like that makes absolutely no sense, but whatever. that's that's the thing. That's a minus 80, but it's fine. Everything is in auto layout, which is pretty good. Not gonna lie, that's a nice thing. Except this, that container with each of the current things are not auto layouted. Debatable point, but nonetheless, this is not something that we can't fix, and we can't, like, we can fix that in about 3 clicks, so I'm fine with it. Do we have weird things for the icons? Yes, we do. Again, I know that because of the previous iterations, and therefore I know where to look. But I was expecting that to happen. So icons are not really exported properly. Images are not necessarily filling containers as they are supposed to be, and or used as fills for their parent containers. So these are things that I know, but it's fine. Small elements are sometimes using auto layout, sometimes aren't. This one is truncated for something, like the text element is not as wide as it needs to be, and the container in which it is, which shouldn't exist, is still there. So that's everything that we have about Stitch so far. Is kind of shitty. It's better than before, but it's kind of shitty still. Again, based on the fact that we have asked for very, very basic prompt, which is the worst prompt that we can use. It's pretty bad. I'm guessing that if we went into a bit more details on the prompt and the details and the ask and the request and so on, it would be better. But overall, I'm still not hopeful that Stitch is going to be a good option. Lastly, on the copy paste to Figma directly, we ended up with something that is not what we see within Stitch. So we see the initial version, we don't see the changed version. So that's the thing. Let's see if we can go and add. We now need the detail page for a movie that is on the landing page. That's going to be the goal, or on the home page. That's all I'm going to say. We're going to see if that works. So same thing. The goal here is to make sure that the system is going to figure out that the header needs to be the same, that it needs to pick one of the thing that is in there. Potentially, it's going to take something new. I don't know. But we don't really care right now. And then we need to see how it will frame, lay out the entirety of the detail page. And again, hope for the best on the following the design system, because right now this one has been regenerated to be green, and I'm expecting the next one to be green as well, but it might be purple because of the initial push. So that's what we are hoping. In the meantime, the other thing that I want to test right after that is see what the code look like, and then within Figma fix the issues inside of the Figma file and compare both in terms of my personal taste and my personal layout and creations and so on. It made it underneath. It didn't made it above. It made it underneath. So that's an interesting thing. Neon Syndicate, is it something that we have here? It is right there. So that's the home page. Then going back there with a different image, which is debatable. It's using green, which is good. The header is different. We have a different type of lighting and effect on there. So that's interesting, not necessarily good. Buttons are different. The corner radius seems to be a tad. I'm gonna move that shit. Can I move that shit? I can't. I can't move the thing next to the others. God damn. Kinda, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So, here we have the play now, the my list, the share, which is not centered into the button, which is the thing that I wanted to talk about earlier. Then we have the cast and crew, debatable, the genre, the audio type, the rating, and then the more like this, which is an option with just image generated, which could have been the exact same thing that we had earlier on the homepage, but nonetheless. Footer is the same, which is good. Header is different. I wish they used the same thing, but they don't. Movie, TV shows, original, and libraries, the same order of things. The icon is it's properly placed on this one, and it's still properly placed here, but it's look different. So I'm going to do the same thing with a selection of... Can I just select something, bitch? My bad. Oh, I can move if I'm on the move tool. Sorry. My mistake. That's my mistake. And I can compare them side by side. You can really see like the glow in the center that it isn't here. I'm going to export that. Same thing, going to Figma, so that convert to code to design again, and then have the ability to copy again, which now I'm expecting to be able to paste something that's going to be green. Yep. And the paste is so shit. Oh my God. So it absolutely fucked the entirety of the header. Good to know. The thing on the side is an horizontal thing instead of being a vertical thing. I'm going to see if this is because the image itself is... It has a max height. It's not. Okay. Okay. God damn. Which one has the container? Which one has the image? That's the question. That's the image. All right. Okay, so the side thing that we saw earlier is something that is part of the main image, but because it's cropped differently, then it just uh, doesn't work as expected. So, anyways, weird stuff will happen. The header, apparently, based on what I just understood, was having the effect in question because that was behind it within here, and that's why we had that effect right here. Okay, so that's wild, but all right. If I remove this thing again, yeah, all right. So if that's the height, which is what we currently had inside of Stitch, then this is better. But I'm already tweaking things, which is not a good thing to do that early, but I'm fine with it. That's better. That's closer to what we currently have. So the effect is because this thing is transparent, then we have the exact same thing. Better rendering there, but not that much better. This is the same misalignment, but it is better. Same padding all around the button. The icon is better placed. Interesting. And then that is exactly the same thing that we have in Stitch. So same, similar output, no real issues with it. Everything is working. So the creation, also we can see the first image, which is interesting. The creation of an additional screen based on the original one is working pretty well. The copy paste from Stitch to Figma is kind of fucked. If you change the design system or the design style guide that you have, you will need to regenerate for real the exact same thing. You will need to have your prompt reused to say we need to create a homepage for streaming platform based on that new design system instead of just using the restyle that has happened here. Otherwise, this is pretty okay. Let me see the instant prototype, which is supposed to just be click on that, go there. Like that's basically what we want to have. And right now, this is not what I was expecting. I was expecting to be able to navigate from screen A to screen B, but apparently that's not what happened. But we have previews and hover effects and text inputs, but that's it. No clicks, nothing. So that is weird. But I mean, why not? I'm guessing if I select both, maybe I can create an instant prototype that is combining the two of them, as in home screen and then navigate, but I doubt so much. That's the home page. If I click here, which seems to be the case, cool. It's bad, but it's better than nothing. Again, going back to what I said, this is for the accountant that has been tasked by the CEO to do something about the landing page because the designer quit. So obviously we don't want the best option, we just want the thing that works. It's fine. it's it's fine. The page transition is making no sense, but it's okay. And the effect are debatable, but fine. So far, that's okay. What I want to see here, and now this is absolutely broken. That is crazy. What I want to see here, that's probably why the copy paste was broken, is making sure that the code for the preview thing that we have earlier, right there, what does it look like? You have the design system that is main at the top with the Tailwind config within the same file, which makes a lot of sense. Then you have your stylings, your classes, your nav, everything makes sense. It's Tailwind based. All of your images, your categories, and so on. All of that makes sense. What doesn't make sense, now that I see this, is what we had a second ago with the restyling. So if I go back into the design system section and I say, this is supposed to be purple, because that's what we asked in the first place, and we go with a purple that's a bit more blue, like something like this. And then we say secondary color is going to be something a bit more cooler, purple as well. I don't know. This is a very bad mood. Very, very bad mood. And then if I change, I can see that this has changed really fast, already changed, which is not what I saw earlier. So that's debatable. If I then save and apply, it's going to need to regenerate these things, apparently, based on the fact that it's regenerating the design style guide again. And that makes absolutely no sense based on this. I just changed some colors, meaning that the new colors are just here. That's the only thing that needs to happen. There is nothing else that needs to happen other than change the code and be done with it. So this is really bad. It's taking a lot of time for no fucking reason. And the fact that it's regenerating things, like this hasn't been regens. This one has, but not this. So this is really bad. And then that hasn't been updated either. It should navigate from screen A to screen B, which have supposedly been changed. So overall, really bad. Better than last year in terms of the generation of design, but it is not good. So if you are a designer that has the skills, don't use Sketch, don't use Stitch. It's really bad. If you are not a designer that don't have the skills and you need something to be able to create something, a prototype, an output, whatever, this is a pretty useful tool as a prototype things. So as always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Cool, that's done. We have the video for YouTube. Cat, welcome on in, Chris. Welcome on in. How are you? Stitch is really bad. I'm so sad about it. Some of the things that we could have, and also some of the things that we could do is make sure that, change the design, like 3 Flash or 3.1 Pro could be something, but yeah, that's weird. One of the things that people have been commenting about and saying that this is pretty good is the design.md file, which is basically a skill, kinda, an MD file that you can then send to Claude Code and Clobot and whatever to just have the design be coherent across your creation. And that might be the only thing that this tool is useful for right now. But then again, it's just bad. It is just bad. But it's an MD file that is editable and downloadable and copyable, so that's something that might be useful in the long term. Nonetheless, this is really shit. Again, I'm not really impressed, and I believe that this is just bad. Just bad. As bad as before. No questions. A tad better with the instant prototype, but the instant prototype doesn't make any fucking sense if you don't pay attention to what you're selecting. The regeneration of the content makes no sense and doesn't work. The exports are taking the previous version of the style guide that has been used and not what is selected. So once again, um, it's faster to just go through Figma first drafts and um, and have an output because that's bad. Um, that's bad. But then again, for a first draft, why not? I mean, I know why not, but I think um, this was a first draft ish as well. This is something that I've made a while ago now, at least more than 2 weeks ago, and I talked about it before. Um, this is, I mean, it was basically like this from the start. Instead of having these elements at the top, we had emojis, and I just said, well, we want something that is a bit more um, airplane cockpit interface, or something more text based, and that made sense. But yeah, that's a better first draft than what Stitch did, nonetheless. So you know, it's it's fine. It's fine. I I'm really not. Yeah, yeah. That's the yeah exactly. When you can, I mean, let me explain why we see this and some people might not, because it makes sense. This this is scary for some people. This is it makes sense, but it is scary. It is something that touch terminal is really uh, tech oriented, not necessarily something that you have a lot of control about. And for someone that is outside of the tech world, you might not be able to do anything, right? So it just it makes a lot more sense to provide a UI based interface where you can ask through a chat box thing and have an output and see the output and be like, okay, cool, I get that. I asked something, I saw the output, I understand. Whereas something like uh, Cloud Code, for example, if you use Cloud Code in the CLI in the terminal, it's scary as well. If you use Cloud Code um, within the app, it's a bit more understandable. But at the end of the day, when you're looking at the outputs, it's also like just text, and you don't really know what happened. You can just see the output, but then maybe it doesn't work, and you can't really um, understand what happened, what didn't happen, and so on. So that is probably the reason why someone would use Stitch compared to Cursor, Cloud Code, or the others, because it's just a better UI overall, and it requires a lot less technical skills, and therefore that's what people are interested in, or at least that's what people would like to do, I guess. So that's the reason, that's the only use case. And as I said in the beginning, because my goal for the prompt that I'm using for the first draft is always the example of I'm the accountant of the company, and the CEO asked me to do something because I have a bit more design skills than the rest of the team, and the designer just quit on the spot. So we need something for the landing page. We need something, and I need someone in the team to be able to generate something. And you, as the accountant, is the best suited for that job at that instant. And therefore, you're using what you can, and that's one of the things that you can use because the rest is way too complex and too technical for you. So you are going with the visual thing instead. Even pencil, which I think is much better for the output, is still going to be more technical because you still need to go through the process of going in the terminal and linking the pencil MCP with Cloud Code so it can run an instance of Cloud Code in the background while working inside of the canvas. So I get it. These tools are for non-designers, so devs that don't have any design skills or just a little bit, but not enough to use Figma or use other things, and non-dev, non-designers that needs to do some design work but don't have the skills. That's the reason. But yeah, also congrats on the promotion. What is the promotion? What does it entail? What's in there? Are you getting more work? Less less design, more meetings? Is that the usual thing? More people under you and such. He was promoted to senior. Well, more pay, I mean, for Kane situation, more pay doesn't equal to more pay. More pay is equal to less pay anyways. So, you know, it's uh, it's complicated. It is complicated. It's less pay by the second. It's so sad. But yeah, more work but less work. I've seen that so many times of designers and devs, and the path for the career is just like you start, you grind, you continue, you grind, you continue, you grind, but you have someone else to help you, or you are mentoring someone else, and then you continue. You kind of stopped. You are mostly in meetings, but also you're still doing some code, and then the career improvement is just now you're in meeting all days and you are approving things, but you're not touching the code anyways. And then the further you go up, the less code you do. The same thing, um, the less design you do, which is a pain in the ass anyway. So yeah, yeah. I don't think. I mean, I'm gonna go there because it makes sense. I don't think it makes sense to me that you that has business with so far off. Like if you were fighting with Chile, why not? I mean, I I don't get it, but why not? Um, and yeah, also yes, the fact that the US is there makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I mean, they're also right here, right now, which is really sad, but I get it because it's close by and you know, whatever. But yeah, I mean, the distance just makes no fucking sense. None. Nonetheless, now even here, that makes no sense. I mean, it's so far off. And the only reason why is because of right there and right there. So you want to control that float, that float, and yeah. Um, really? God damn, that's crazy. Really? That seems far away. Like, like That's far away. But you know. So yeah, if you don't go there, then you're good. Then you're good. You have safety when it comes to the money in question. I hope that remains the same. I know that apparently there has been some stuff about um, all the countries that the US has been asking for help for has been saying no. But apparently, I mean, based for the two countries that I care about, I mean, I don't care about one of them, but I live there, so I don't have a choice. The French were apparently undecided and then said no, and the Japanese said no, and apparently they kind of said yes. So I don't know anymore. I'm really confused about what the fuck is happening. Um, I think I have saved one of these things. It's either here or it's on threads, in which case it's not going to be showcased yet. It's not going to be here. Ah, goddamn. God damn. That's too far. All day. All day. Anyways. Um yeah. I mean, so far nothing really happening. Nothing good happened. Nothing good will happen. I mean, I've been saying that for almost 30 years now. I don't understand wars. I have never understood, and I will probably never understand if you can't have a discussion and resolve the issue um, properly, then you know, ah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Kat, I know you were not here in the beginning, I think, unless you were lurking. But this is news that will interest you more than me. Um, I will translate it. The the stream on Wednesday, I forgot to take my meds, and I drank C4 in the morning, and everything was fine. So maybe things are good. I don't know. I'm still taking the meds nonetheless, but you know, maybe things are good. I don't know. Um, it's not the time. It's in 1 hour officially, but yeah, the fact that I didn't take the meds and I took a C4 and I was fine means something, you know. Um, I see. I see. That is kind of sad. Mm, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about the politics of this section of the world to be able to comment on it. Um, I know enough about this section of the world to be aware that it didn't really exist 50 years ago. And I get it, it's a new country, but yeah. The fact that since I was born, I have been made aware that one person, the same, has been trying to fuck up the rest of the zone, the region. That has been the case since the beginning. That's all I know. Like that's it. It's just like, yeah. I mean, I get that. It's it's a normal, it's a normal wish. I get it. I get it. You want to avoid it, but is it so bad? No more work. No more work. Why not? No. I mean, I get it, but goddamn, it shouldn't happen. I mean, officially, I've said that many times. In the recorded history of the human race, which is about, I think, 3,000, 4,000 years. Um, in total, I forgot exactly how long, the exact number, I forgot that. But we have been at peace globally, meaning that no country whatsoever were fighting each other for a total of, I forgot if it's 8 days or 8 years, which is the same thing. Like if it's the entirety of the recorded history, it's like 8 years is nothing. Um, but I think it's 8 days. Yeah, 8 years would be like, okay, fine, I get it. I think it's 8 days in the past 3,000 years of recorded history, which means that before that, probably there was other days where no country have fought with each other. But we seems to be prone to fight for some fucking reason. And in the 3,000 years of recorded history, we haven't found a way for us to just have a chat and figure out what the issue is and how we can work together. And that pissed me off. I mean, I learned that in 2023, I think. And already I had a very pessimistic views of the human race, which is good. And when I was younger, I was saying already that when you look at uh, the world from a bird's eye view, and you look at a city that is growing, and you look at a cancer cells in the body and how it's growing, it's exactly the same thing. Visually speaking, it just prolifically progress on the planet, the city, and the cancer cell, and it's prolifically progressing within your body, which is pretty much the same thing. And yeah, I've never been really pro-human, and I will probably never be. That's until we figure out a way to just have a chat and figure out what is wrong and how we can work together, but that's never going to be the case. And then at some point, I said, um, if we have an alien threat, like a new alien coming to the planet and wanting to basically eradicate the human race, we could potentially have unity in humans, but even then I have doubts. So yeah, I so much doubts. So much doubts. Anyways. So far, me being in the middle of the two, in between the US and Iran, you know, it's just if some things fly through, it's probably gonna fall on my ass. So I'm fine with it. As I as I've been saying for the past 2 years, I will die before you anyways, so I don't really care. But I get it. I understand. I understand. It's a noble wish if you just wanna, survive, remain yourself in one central piece. It makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah. Anyway, in between the titties, I saw something, and I kind of want to talk about it for a split second. It's not a review of what David has done, but it kind of is. Um, but David has been doing some stuff that are pretty cool. He's been creating these bento grids for showcasing how Pulse.bio is working and what it does and so on, which is interesting nonetheless. But this is um this is a mobile first platform, and I would love to understand how we have a hover effect on mobile, because well, that doesn't exist. And I'm seeing a ton of designers forgetting that this is the case and creating apps and be like, um, oh yeah, here is the hover effect for this thing, and it it can't happen. It can't exist. It will never exist because you don't have a hover state on mobile. So you know that's a bit of a weird thing, um, to have a hover state somewhere. It's just like it's so weird. But but the other thing that I kind of wanted to touch on is this. So obviously, right here, I have the effect because I'm currently on desktop. But they are 18, designer for Switzerland, creating Pulse. That is a Linktree alternative made specifically for streamers. And there is something that just doesn't make any sense. And it's this. They are creating something very specific for streamers, but they are not streamers themselves. And I think this is one of the reasons why this is probably not gonna work in a way. I wish it works because they have done a very good job in the design, in the page themselves, in the presentation, and so on. It if you are from the niche, you have a greater understanding of what are the pain points, what is supposed to happen, and how things are supposed to behave. In which case, it makes a lot of sense for you to create something that will make sense. And then from the other thing that I'm seeing, which is pretty impressive, when you look at the recent broadcast, they've been creating 1 hour long streams that are just like, we saw something for a split second because the connection kind of died, but it's just that single frame for the entirety of the 1 hour and 30 minute stream, which is against terms of services. But it's interesting. Anyways, not dunking on them. I think they've done a really good job on look as well. Um, just looking really good, and have a very clean design so far. But yeah, it's just unsure unsure about someone that is not necessarily a streamer creating something for streamers. There are going to be some issues in the communication, the same way that if I wasn't into perfume, creating an app for perfume enthusiasts makes a lot less sense. And the exact usual example, men creating period trackers, pregnancy trackers, that makes no sense. You need to be part of the community that is affected in order to understand what needs to be within the thing that you're building. Anyways, um, it is. So it is, but it isn't. Okay, what you shared, which is also um, what Grizz shared right here, it is interesting as a concept. It will be useful because the setup of listening to the event, tracking the chat, giving you the proper
A happy
things.
you Terras is now following.
That timing is perfect. Happy Uterus, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I like your username a lot. This is really good. This is a good choice. This is a good timing. So this thing will provide a lot of the presets that obviously Claude or any AI agent could generate, but the amount of fighting I had to do to figure out exactly how the fucking Twitch API is working to get here and be able to just give you a login with Twitch that provides me with an access token that is valid, that you can use, and then is reusable and usable. There is something that just it's a pain in the ass. So even if I did that with Claude and Cursor and all the AI agents to figure out that, it still wasn't the case. So if it already is a setup and it is set up for me and I don't have to do anything, and it has the listeners, it has the event presets, it has all of the Twitch API basically maintained on their end, then it's good. Because otherwise, and we've seen that before with Tauri, Tauri, I think, the Twitch user. I forgot exactly the thing which is made by Finite, or forked by Finite and talked about by Finite in the past. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. These things basically happen so often where Twitch internal devs and dev team decides to change something in the API, and then everyone's app is fucked. Because they change a variable, they change something, they change a behavior. And now, for example, I have some issues on some of the overlays. For example, we haven't seen the Fox overlay in the stream for the past few weeks now, just because it is so broken. And even though I have officially the setup is supposed to be here, and it's like I think it's in my alerts, in my stickers, that thing is supposed to work, but because of how it is set up, I have some doubts. It could work now. I don't know. It's really hard to know why and where I'm like having things. This is working apparently. But yeah, so that these are the type of thing that I had to fight with, and therefore having Lovable provide uh, a top level API that is just taking care of everything and updated and good potentially is it is the reason why it's probably going to be okay. Other than that, that's it. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing really beneficial for you know. Um, yeah, that yeah. I I have doubts. I have so much doubts. The sub-level things that I'm gonna touch on this is I fear again that this is going to be an abstraction layer from the Lovable team, meaning that you have a Lovable API that is linked to Twitch, that is doing all the thing that you need to do. And then if you export the code to your GitHub repo, for example, you then end up with a Lovable API that is only usable if you have a Lovable paid account. And if at some point you want to not do that, then you will lose all of the thing. Like you need a Lovable workspace admin or owner role to be able to take all of that, but you can't really export everything. So it's going back to Stitch where we were a second ago. It is the reason. Like you want the users that don't have the technical skills to be able to build stuff, even if it's not good, not production ready, and not as good as if a real dev, a real designer were to work together on something, even if there is AI involved. A real designer is using AI for building something in code is going to be a much better, or is going to have a much better output than a non-designer trying to build something and make it look good. What looks good for them is not necessarily what look good for everyone else. Sometimes it is, it depends. um, and for dev, the probability of them just being able to use the Twitch API right away because they understand it, then eh, that's the yeah. Um, that's the thing. So making the interface usable and easier for everyone makes sense. I'm just really scared that it's the exact same concept, which makes a lot of sense again, as Webflow. Same thing like Webflow or Framer. Webflow, you can export the code. If you export the code, you then have Webflow specific scripts within the code that you have. And some of them, if you remove them, then your entire website that you exported from Webflow doesn't work anymore. And the only reason why they allow it is because you are only able to export your code through the paid plan. And if you remove all of the trackings of Webflow and all of the JS of Webflow in that exported code, then the thing doesn't work anymore because you are not considered as a paid plan anymore and because you don't have the JavaScript stuff. And if you just cancel your subscription, then your website is dead. So, same reason, same issues. I really don't like that. But yeah. Um yeah, exactly. That's the issue. So I I think If you are not technical, which is right now a good thing, right now you can do whatever the fuck you want, you need to use the AI assistant tools that will provide what you need after the fact in order to get the project working. So Chef is the one that I will always recommend, and I'm recommending it almost every week because it's good. But if you know that you will need a database at some point and you want a database that is a live database and you just want to use a system that just, makes sense, you can use Convex. Convex is free for a long time and create the database as detailed as possible through Chef, through Convex. And then once you're done, you can then link the UI that you have in Lovable, maybe. If not, that's not necessarily a good thing, but why not? And then you have something that works. If that's the case, then you're good. But if you are relying on Framer for Framer related JavaScript and Framer related hosting and Framer related CMS, for example, and then you want to export your website somewhere, which is not an option, but hear me out, then you are losing all of these things and you need to re-implement the CMS, the database, the understanding of the JavaScript for the Framer motion, what are the presets that have been used in Framer that you need to now re-implement by hand within your project and so on. So I mean, it makes sense, right? You don't want your users to create something, export it, and then cancel the subscription, meaning that they can just be subscribed for like 3 minutes if they wanted to. They can build the entire thing and then just export and cancel the subscription as if, oh yeah, fuck, I clicked the button, I didn't want to. Can you refund me? And then they still have the export and it works. So I get it. But if you are trying to plan something like a tool, a SaaS, a project, something like what Denny is doing inside of Lovable, it would make a lot more sense to use the tools that are foundational instead of visual to build the thing. So Chef, really cool because you can create a very simple Slack clone, for example, and then have that's cool. And then have like something that works. The database will work, and you can see how the prompt itself is written, what is included, and you can just sign in, get the thing, and be done. So, for example, for what Phil's is working on, which is Yoga, you can just replace that with Discord, and then it's gonna be kind of the same thing. It will give you a bit of a weird UI that is really bad, but it works. The most important thing is you get the system, you get the foundation good, and then you're done. And then you don't need to think about it. It's fine. By the way, this example of the Slack clone is really cool. It works really nicely, and it's really impressive to see how fast Convex is. Again, Convex is what I'm using for ban, and everything is just simple imitation. If I change something here, if I move that to another place and then I release, it's just gonna update in Convex immediately and not having anything to change after the fact. Like if I just do that, you can see that it's now syncing and it is now synced. Took like 5 seconds to sync and we're good. Like it's easy, it works. It doesn't cost much. It does. But it's fine. Which, by the way, that makes me think. if I go to... That's gonna piss me off. I haven't worked on that in the past week, I feel like, and this is bad. This is bad. Where are we on this? Dang it. I'm gonna have to pay this month. Wasn't expecting it, but yeah. God damn. It's fine. You can see that bar in the pixelated view where something happened and I made a mistake, something happened and then I fixed it, but I'm still gonna need to pay for something. I'm probably gonna need to pay like 22 cents to get this through. So anyways, this is fine. So yeah, I don't know. I like Convex for that reason because it's live and it's working, it's easy, it makes sense. However, it's not the only foundation layer that you can have. And so here, same thing. If you understand how the Twitch API is working, and if you just ask your AI agent to go through the Twitch API itself and how it works, and to put on something that just, you know, does all of that for you. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to just do that. Like, just go up to this and just copy paste that and say, we want to create this within this project. You just change the fact that lovable is used here within the text, and then your AI is probably going to be able to do something. Not as well, probably, but yeah. One of the things that we talked about, and we have that on Twitter pretty often, is the fact that Replit, Lovable, Bolt, all of these AI builder on the web do not use Lovable, Bolt, Replit for their own products, which is telling. To me, it is something that just makes absolutely no sense that a platform that has been built for building things for others doesn't use the thing that they have built to build things to build things. Like, as if Figma was built into Sketch and you designed Figma and the features and the tools and so on within Sketch instead of using Figma to build Figma. Like, that makes no sense. I'm guessing, and I'm 100% sure of that, there are times where you need to use another tool, another software, another setup in order to get the things working. But at the end of the day, the goal is to put it inside of your own tool, in which case you need to implement the basic version and then use that where it needs to be. So that's you know, that's interesting. Anyways, that is new. As always, I feel like I haven't said that. As always, if you have like it is Friday, so it is a review day. If you have something for me to take a look at, please share links. I know that we were on this last time, and I'm still confused about that. And I looked at, when you left last time, I kind of looked at potential additional things for the layout. I went with a contain frame for the main content and a bit of a mix between very sharp and kind of rounded and a bit of a tech related element. very much similar to this. I'm not gonna lie. Very, very similar to this. For no reason whatsoever. And I don't like it. Um, I went with something interesting for the input fields, but it doesn't really make any fucking sense. The very sharp elements are fine, but at the end of the day, it makes a lot more sense based on what we currently have and so on to get these fully rounded based on common patterns and so on. So I don't I don't know. You could still use these like corners for the selection, but it stands out without being really good. So fully rounded makes a lot more sense. Um, which you could do, not necessarily here, but you could do. And I even here I'm still pissed off about something on the design. I don't know what it is, and I can't figure out what it is. I feel like that's the worst part. It's just it would be good if I could figure it out, but as of right now, I cannot. I have tried to figure out what was missing, what is the the small detail that just breaks in my head for the design of the app, and I don't know, which is not good. Which is not good. I do not understand why something is bothering me in that layout and how can it be fixed. So yeah, that's the current state for me. I don't know. I've been looking at it, figuring out what things are, how they look, how they behave. It works. It's just it's missing something and I don't know. And that pissed me off. And I tried to look at references. I mean, I was looking at references where when you were here and then when you left, I kind of kept looking. But um, even like Discord redesign or other things, it's just like not really good as references. Like there is nothing in there that would make sense. I looked for line, same thing, which is because you said WhatsApp. Line is the Chinese, not Chinese, Japanese version of WhatsApp. QQ is the Chinese one. Koa is the Korean one. And they all have one thing in common, which is they use a very strong color, as in line is a bit of a specific green, but that's all they have. Like they really have a very green color in the presentation. The rest of the app is very WhatsApp-like, and it makes sense. If you go to QQ for the messaging, I feel like this is going to be a bit more complicated, but it's supposedly black and red most of the time, and their logo is kind of multicolor, so obviously you have that option. And then I feel like it's Cocoa Talk, Cocoa Talk. I think it's Cacao Corp is very yellow, and they have that as their brand color, which is very similar to Line, which is green. The whole concept is basically the same thing, but they have that yellow that stands out. So they all have a very distinctive color that is a solid color. WhatsApp is green as well. Um, but for you, using the teal slash mint right now is such um, a default tailwind color that I feel like this is the main issue, but I don't know what color would make it better to work with the messaging that you want to have behind the app. So that's the issue that I have. The time when I worked with Stony for, which obviously it's not open, um, for No Mercy, Stony was really much on the purple side. I'm more of a green person, which is the opposite. But we went with the purple that we already had, which is basically violet slash indigo mix. But it has a noticeable differentiated color. It's a bit of a twitch thing, but compared to the competitor, which is Netflix for this one specifically, then you want to be away from the red. That's the thing. So that's why Prime Video is blue. That is why Disney Plus is blue as well. Um, and so this one is purple, which is kind of a bit away, but in the middle, in between the blues and the purples, in the reds. That makes sense. But for you, as I said, Gilded, which is dead now, was yellow to be very much on the opposite side of Discord, which is purple. Right now you have a mint, which is fine, but it's not good. It's missing something, and I don't know what it is. Um, Also, I feel like the redesign is the issue. Why wasn't this the first one I saw a second ago when I looked for Discord? Did I add an E for some reason? But most of them have very much the same vibe. Like this one is the contained card center situation. It doesn't help. Something's missing. It has personality, but it's not what we are trying to achieve. And this one is very similar to what you currently have for the same reason. And I don't know. I've been looking at options. Nothing stands out as a potential replacement that is familiar enough yet differentiated enough so that people are like, oh yeah, that's a Discord alternative, that's a Slack alternative, that's a thread, if you remember thread. First of its name, not threads by Facebook. Like it there are options, but it's just not good. Just not good. It could be, but it's just like it's missing something, and I don't know what the something is just yet. And right now my brain is screaming that it could be that it needs to not be as familiar and drastically change and break the system, because Discord as a whole is not necessarily working for some people, which then sent me to Juxtapose, which you probably have watched. Um, you know, you probably did watch this thing, and they have done, if I remember correctly, they have done a full Discord revamp, rematch, whatever, and the end goal, I think, is somewhere around here. Um, no, that's too close to the to the end. Or maybe not. But even then, I feel like there are some stuff that just don't work. Don't really have good understanding. Um, if I remember correctly, Juxtapose used to share the Figma file as well. Yep. So, you know, that's one of the options that we can, as always, take a look at. I think I already have it in my profile, but that's the homepage. Messaging and stuff. In a server, it's the exact same thing. It's still missing some. It's still missing stuff for me to make it or to say that it's good, say that it's better, that it works. Um, nonetheless, nonetheless, this might be an option for you if you want to just roast. I think if I go there and just give you the link if you want to check it out and explore what has been done in there to see if there are some changes that make sense. I know we use some of the thing that she has done in the Spotify one, specifically for Stony, for some of the section of the music player, because it makes sense, but most of these things don't really make sense overall. So yeah, I really am unsure. I'm unsure what is pissing me off in the current design that we have right here. Not there, right here. That is so much that something needs to happen. But yeah. Is there, I mean, that's a question for you. Is there something that you see in the app itself that is like yours, not Discord, but like in the app right now, and you're like, well, this could change, or this might be better um if that was there, or are you pretty satisfied with the current state of things and how they behave, how they are supposed to behave, and so on? I also realize that the fact that this is the direct message and not the server section might not help in terms of readability and understanding. But yeah. And no. Yes. Both. Basically, design wise, yes, but also usability wise, like, are there things that what you currently have, you're like, well, we need this to be added, or this needs to change behavior, this needs to change how it looks, because I don't know, the users don't really understand that system. Maybe they do, I don't know. But like, that might be the case. I'll take a look. Um, I'll see. Um, yeah, I mean that's what I was talking about earlier as well. We know that lots of people are complaining about the fact that Discord is not the best, and therefore it would make sense to just make it better. Um, but I also like, I mean, I kind of understand. This is really bad. Yeah, I am almost tempted, but I'm also not that tempted, but I'm almost tempted. Um, uh, I mean, basically, what is currently happening in my head at the same time that the music is playing, and I'm like, oh, I like this song. Uh, but it has voice in it, and therefore it doesn't make sense. Um, is maybe there is a need for rethinking that will help me help you, which means doing a breakdown of something. So maybe going into FigJam and getting into um, a mind map could be a potential options. Um, old Discord screens and features in details, you know. Um, eh, why not? This is a very bad move, by the way, to just use Figma's AI directly instead of thinking for myself for a second, because that's gonna set up stuff that I don't care about, but whatever. Um, basically, by having this, it probably will help to fix and or minimize stuff. So that's the thing that I have in my head. Reptiloid, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's your day going? How was your week? It is Friday. I hope you're good. So the channel list, which is within the server, so the server view makes a lot of sense. The DMs makes a lot of sense. The chat interface is included within the DMs and the servers, but why not? The voice and video, I think you want to have that. And then Nitro and Store is something that you could potentially get rid of. Like, this is not necessarily a useful thing. Um, I mean, why not? But, you know, I'm gonna need to revert that. It needs to go the other way around. It needs to go through this first and then delete it. Um, But then you have things like the custom emojis, the profile customizations. That is potentially useful, but for now, I'm just gonna remove that because it doesn't make any sense. Then the friends and social is basically what you have in the DMs. So I don't know if this is necessary, but why not? The activity and status is a bit of a weird thing. It makes sense, but not in the way that we think of it, at least not for me. And in the user settings, that is necessary and needs to be there. So in my own kind of simplification of the system, I would go as far as say anything that was currently on the right is not as necessary and we could place it somewhere else. That's the first thing. Meaning that you then end up with the server settings make sense, member list and all of that, all of this makes sense for you specifically. And then the DMs is a subsection of a server. Like basically my mental model is your DMs are basically your own personal servers in which each of the channels are your friends or the people that you have followed. And sometimes you have more than one person within a channel. So multi people, group DMs and so on, which you already have. So that makes sense. Everything in the chat interface is what needs to be there. Like you don't really have a choice. You need text formatting, which you already have. You need file upload and emojis, which you already have. The GIF search, this is a bit of a weird thing from Discord, but it's useful. So you might want to do that. And then within the messages, if you want to have reactions on the messages, if you want to have threads and sub-threads, that's an option. The replies makes a lot of sense, just the add thing. And then the embeds of a message somewhere else, potentially useful, but I feel like you already have this. The search function you have in the pin message, I think you have in here, like these are basically pin messages. But they are just like for the owners. That's a bit of a different thing, so I don't really know. Nonetheless, the last thing that I haven't really checked is the messaging, yes, the voice things and the call things, which is the voice things. So, that makes sense. Yeah, this is the thing that we had. I think this is the thing that I sent you. I forgot. I do have it somewhere in pencil. Nonetheless, I don't know if you want video. I think you probably do. But all of that. Oh, you just made it again? It's crazy. But all of that is also something that is necessary and you want to have with it. So it means your core features are servers, DMs, calls, video, or voice only, and the settings. And you have some sub stuff, including the chat interface, which is within the DMs and servers. Like basically that should be a global thing right there. Anyways. What your main point, or the thing that you have talked about, is the replacement and the reasoning is this new system is more secure and better. I mean, basically more secure, and that's about it. That's bad. That's a bad minimization, but it is the case. It's just like privacy first and security first, and that's it. Um, and even though this landing page has been generated, and I know that it's currently not designed for people. It's currently designed for speed and and familiarity, which I know we don't care. It's just a landing page for now. Nonetheless, that's the thing. So I kind of want to see if there are stuff that could happen in terms of how things are set up. Like, is it making sense to have the same layout as Discord? Or would it be better to have something like uh, Ground, if that still exists? Um, Also, the fact that it just it will it is it around? Maybe around. Yeah, I think it was. It probably died since then. Um, yep, it did. It's dead. um, Around was a bit of an interesting thing. It was mostly, I feel like it was mostly a COVID thing where people were just on remote and you just wanted to have your faces of the people that you're like talking with and to on your screen, and that made sense and so on. But um, it was pretty interesting and new and novel and such. The issue that I have is that even if I go into the brain process and the mental process of let's absolutely rethink the entire navigation in order to get something that is a bit more intuitive and a bit more aligned with the goals, it's a chat app that has video and servers, and you can join multiple servers and you can chat with multiple people at the same time and or on one-to-one, and you can have calls and video calls within it. Discord is the closest thing. Telegram is going to be the second. Telegram, WhatsApp, and so on are going to be the second option, and you don't really have a choice when it comes to the UI in order to be something that is familiar and usable, meaning that Discord is basically going to win every time. And it's a child in between Discord and Slack and TeamSpeak. Um, but that's the thing. Like, you don't really have 60,000 options. It's just like, well, that's where we are, and that's it. Like, we are here, and that's what we do, and therefore it is very similar, and it makes sense to be very similar. Gilded was very similar. Matrix that we talked about last time is also very much the same because it's a Discord clone. If I go into Slack as well, I'm 100% sure that I will see a lot of people that have done Slacker designs that they basically look like I have started to do right now for you. So having like this contained and then your servers on the side and then the thing related to the server right there, the chat box and the sidebar when necessary. So it sadly for me and for you, but like mostly for me, the current Discord style navigation is almost already the best option. The secondary best is this, where you have your servers there and you can switch server from that drop down. But the simple fact of adding one click to switch server is potentially and probably a bit of a friction point for a lot of new users that would want to replace Discord with your project. In which case, that's one friction point that is big enough for people to just not use it. And that's sad. So you end up with something that is very much similar to Discord or Slack, um, like Slack new gen system. And it makes sense, but it also doesn't. Like Slack, first of its name, was the same thing where you had like the top section to change server, but yeah, it's missing something, and I don't know what it is. That's the complicated part. But that's basically the layout that works. Servers on the sides, things search at the top, and then double sidebars so that you can do things. Have a good shower. uh, Take care of your shower. And it's not, again, it's not like I think what is in my head right now is if you have one person on Discord that is only in 3 servers, then it makes sense to simplify the server switching, because they usually don't switch servers, and it's just like, well, I'm here or here, and that's about it. So if it's just 2 clicks instead of 1, I'm fine with it, and you can gain some space and so on. Like here, right? You switch between the options and such. But if you are like everyone else that is using Discord, and you have 16 servers in different folders, it just makes no sense to move to something a bit different than this. So I am really confused in what is breaking my brain. Why do I feel like something is missing? And why can't I figure out what is missing? What is the teeny tiny thing that just makes this interface not work for me? Like that is probably the reason. Like I just don't fucking know. Do you remember the name of all the servers? Because in brain right now, it's going into, oh yeah, let's just do a command K. Let's just let's do a command palette to control K so that you can access quickly through a global search your servers. That way we can just remove that section and users can just have access to whatever the fuck they want. And, you know, like, oh, yeah, I'm looking for this thing. I'm looking for this person to have a DM with. And Stony, hi, what's going on? How are you? How's the day going? How is you? You missed something at the beginning. Hmm? Don't worry about it. And so That is uh, something that could be useful going with a an arc-based navigation system, which is like everything is through the command T, which is basically their command K. But I don't know. I don't know what is missing. I'm breaking my brain, so that's how I'm doing. I'm okay. I'm okay. Um, but things are broken in my understanding of this fucking design. Feels is taking a shower, um, which happens, and I went full rounded as a test, and I don't like it either. So, you know, well, congrats. That I mean, it takes a lot of strength to come out. So, congratulations. It happens. It's good. I mean, it's good. Welcome on in. That's what I will say. Um, and yeah, I don't fucking know what the thing. What's missing? I don't know. I know. Maybe it's just a matter of having like a bit of a color scheme on top of whatever, and that's it. Um, that's what I'm missing. So that just like it would make more sense if we had something like a bit of a gradient background thingy, maybe. Um, where oh yeah, I need to do that instead. That might be better. Yeah, that's very French. Sorry, my bad. I didn't place it. I didn't place it. Yeah, that's not it. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know what is missing other than the design doesn't work for me, and I don't know why it's not working. Other than space might be a bit tight compared to my usual behavior. Like my usual is 16, and all of these is base 12. So it's a bit tighter than I'm used to, which sounds kinky as fuck, but it happens. Um, but I don't know. I don't know what's missing. So I've been, as I said, I good coffee. I've been looking at other alternatives for Slack, redesigns for Discords, things that make sense to me. And most of the redesigns in questions are just using glass for the sake of using glass, but the whole thing is exactly the same. So it's just it doesn't make sense because the information architecture is the same as Discord itself. It's the same as Slack. It's the same system, and there is nothing really that could be changed based on the fact that it is basically the same product. Like the goal is to ensure that you have access to your servers quickly, that you have access to your chat quickly, that you have access to um, your settings quickly. Like that's basically it, which is already the case. Um, I would agree And I do agree, but it is the pattern. Um, like let's give you an example of when it's useful because that would make sense. When I start streaming, I go through all of these servers to spam the advertising currently live thing. And so what I'm doing is I'm using the short keys, like the the shortcuts to navigate servers, which are command option arrows to just go to the next server and send the message. Spamming everyone is my passion. And so that is good. I think we lost music. No, we didn't. My bad. That's on me. My phone just did something. Um, I think we lost my phone. Yes. And so that alone, right? If I needed to go through what I said, which is you click on this, you change the server, you go to the next server. If I had to do that for each of these things, it would be a pain in the ass. If I didn't know the shortcut, I would just click on the server and that would work as well. It would be as fast. If I had to click twice for these 10, 12 servers that I need to go to, that is an issue. And that is the reason why I feel like this stack is the best option in order to navigate through your stuff. Otherwise, I would probably go with that system that I explained before. Um, I mean, that's the same thing. But yes, um, like the onboarding thing that I talked about is basically that. The swap portfolio is basically this. And in the beginning, we had multiple portfolios, and therefore you click on that and you go there, which is basically your servers. Um, but yeah, basically what you are describing is this. If I have server A that is here, that is open, and then I have server B, and then I have server C, because I went there, and these are the things that I'm currently chatting with or chatting in, I can then just navigate through my quick access servers, meaning that the sidebar could be hidden so that I don't have a sidebar that pissed me off, and I can just access said server quickly, which would work if it was saved in memory all the time and then always work. And then the behavior within this would be the command K to go through, oh yeah, I want to go through like that specific uh, server thing through my command K. So, you know, like that is the option, potentially. Uh, Making the command K the central part. But if I do that, someone that is like, that knows Discord will be confused. Someone that doesn't know Discord will be confused. And only power users, um, indeed, know what the command K is. So, as you said, you need the sidebar in order to showcase stuff. And the sidebar here would be to navigate through or within the server itself. But basically what you're saying is that if we go with that direction, if I go from server A to server B, this section changed to all of the server channels, and then it changed again to all of the server channels, meaning that there is a lot of like change, visual change that happens in reorganizing the channels and so on. Whereas if we go with the Discord way, the channels change as well, for sure, but it's in line with the mental model logic of you go from the far left to the far right for the content deepness levels, right? You're on the server level, which is high level, and then you go within the server, you are in the channels options, and then you go inside of a channel, you are in the chat, and then you go inside of the specific things for the chat, which is potentially like the people that are in here, which is like even deeper. So there is a level deepness within. In that left to right situation. I'm just not here. But there, yes. So that mental model now with that system of having the top level being the servers, and then that means that you go top down, down, right, right, right. Like it's a weird situation. I mean, to me, it's a weird situation, but that would potentially work if we just reorganize stuff. So let's put that as a vertical thing, and then let's make sure that this is on the side, and then let's make that for width, and that height being hugging. That's an interesting point. I need to do that. That's true. And then that element is supposed to be horizontal. Sorry. That element is supposed to be fixed. I'm gonna need to deep dive on this. All of that plus this are supposed to be fixed 48 48, so that they don't change. That one is gonna be horizontal, and then that one is gonna be horizontal as well, and then that thing is gonna be a switch of 132. And then we take this, we make sure that this is hugging content in width, that everything here is hugging content. I can't do that. I can only do that here. And that is centered. And then this is now getting 12 for the alignments. I don't know. It is the pattern that most browser use. Again, that design, not the design that we want to have. You would have... Ah, fuck, I did that this way. God damn it. Why am I like this? No, I didn't. I didn't. That's good. So you would have something at like 32 in terms of accessibility, potentially 28 if we wanted to be a bit sneaky. What? That would be the tabs. And I mean, kinda. So you probably would have some of the servers that have like longer name, shorter name here and there. That's an option. On the edge, you would have 28 by 28 plus add button join the server things. Like that would be my stuff. And then I would probably place that within this as a first button or last button, as in add a tab, which could and then that whole thing, yeah, no, you still need at least 8 in spacing. You would need 0 here, which makes sense. Maybe this one can have 0 at the top or 4 at the top or something to be like kind of closer to what it is. The thing that I would potentially say is if we go tabs, I feel like the messages for everyone might be better if you put them there. Like you have your message, your DMs on the far right, and then you have your servers on the left. Like you can choose whichever you are in, and then you can add a server, which means that now the add server can go at the forefront because it makes more sense to have the plus to nudge your servers. The thing is, closing a server like this doesn't make a lot of sense. But I get it. You would basically have this, and that would expand the menu with all of your potential available servers within the plus. I think my issue is the understanding of link in between the selected servers and the current page. Using tabs like this, for example, would basically implies that this section would be within that main section. So it's feasible, but it's not. Like it's the whole nav section. Interesting build. Not really what I was expecting. But yeah, it's basically this that goes the fuck out. And you have an aside. Interesting. And then you have it within that section. So you then end up with your server channel navigation within this and your servers at the top, meaning that my issue here is that when you're there, your currently selected server is tabbing with the tab far away from the server channels, whereas this one is perfect. This one is that makes a lot of sense. This one is at the limit, and then this one is far off, and I don't get it. And then when I'm here and it's right in the center of the page, something is just making no fucking sense. But I see the concept. I see the idea. I don't. I don't know. Like that's the server thing for Arc, basically. That's the thing at the bottom where you are just navigating through things, you know. Um, but I don't know. Like, for example, here, let's say we have zero thing, and that makes sense. And I'm gonna use my trusty unreliable thing as an example because it could work. Um, let's say that this one is currently selected, right? So that is gonna be here, and we're gonna have let's say 1616, just for the sake of having something that is centralized and so on. Welcome back. You will then need something along the line of that, and then roughly zinc at the bottom as a bottom only situation, and using zinc 900 to bridge the distance in between the two. This is really bad, but like that would be your tab selected thing. So that now it's matching because it matched the result here. This one would match, but then let's say we have another server that's a bit bigger. If this one was the selected one, then it needs to take the server colors right here, which is the zinc 800, just for the selected tab and stuff. I don't know. That's the thing. I'm unsure. I'm currently unsure of that option. It's not a bad idea. It's just a mental model of what needs to happen so that you have access to your servers, and these are quick access to your servers. And then if you click the plus, you have the list of the servers that you have access to, and you can add it to your stack, which makes sense. So it could, but it still doesn't compute in my head for something that would be best rendering possible options thingy. Because when you close a server, it's now not in memory, which is good. But yeah, you would still have like your full chat on this side, and then this would be within the container. So DMs would be, as I said, DMs for me would be here. You would have your DMs buttons on the far right. So if you click on it, it's a tab that is on the far right, always static, always there, all the time. That makes sense. I mean, that makes more sense to me. The fact that you could have the plus that moves, that's the only thing that I'm like, I don't know. So having it at the front, and say when you add something, it push the content like it's doing this basically, just adding that new server to the far left, because that's like the first, that's the latest, that's where you currently are, that's what you wanted to open, so it's right there. But I feel like it's the currently selected thing that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and it's fine. It's okay. But it just doesn't make a lot of sense. It's roughly the same thing as Opera Zen, I think. Air, not Zen, Air, which is a similar behavior for the tabs themselves, which, whatever, it's fine. But yeah, like this one is based on rectangles and groups. So you can group tabs, similar behavior. Um, you can group your servers, which would make sense. That's something that Phil said that it is kind of necessary in a way at some point if you have many servers. And you don't have that link to the page, or at least it doesn't look like it. So that's an option. But they still have like quick access on the side, you know? Like that's the thing. They still have that quick access for stuff. Because for some reason it makes sense. Um Neon is such an interesting design, nonetheless. God damn. I see. That's why you don't like that system. What do you mean CodPen 2.0? Sorry, but that's not exactly what you wanted to show me, but what the fuck is that? That's crazy. It's crazy. Um yeah. The marketing guy in my head just said something, usually kind of dumb, but that makes sense. It might help. All right. So if we go with tabs, we gain that sliver of space on the side compared to what Discord is, which, it's fine. It's the same system. The current top section of Discord doesn't have shit, so it doesn't really matter. But the thing that you can use for the marketing is finding your servers on Discord is a lot of pain because you have like all of these things and you don't know exactly in which folder you have placed that specific server that you want to access and so on. And if you are someone that has multiple folders and navigate within folders and so on, you probably have your most used folder at the top, which is my case, and then you can navigate through that. So by having tabs or tabs system at the top, you can simplify the mental model by being part of servers, but only having quick access to the servers in which you are willing to see. And then the only thing that is a bit more complex and that I don't know is how do you get notified that you have been pinged somewhere? Like, do we pop the tab right away? Or do we slide it in as in, oh, you've been mentioned here, and it kind of blinks for a second? In which case you end up with all of that shit with all of the fucking red elements anyways. So yeah. That might be the only thing that I'm like, hey, I don't know. But the behavior of Discord is the same behavior as Opera anyways. Like, it's basically the same thing. So I would get it. And as said, it is the good choice of song. The common current patterns, in which case people are like aware of it and understand it. So it makes sense. But something about it. Something about it. Something about it. I just did. But it doesn't seem to have changed anything. It did. Like, we had the refresh, whatever. Yeah. I feel like the issue is going to be the space. Again, I don't think I don't think it's a real issue, but the fact that you have the server name and the icon might be, that's so weird. That might take too much space. That's so weird is for your message fields. If you, so I'm not against the fact that it's, you say that it's moved to the left, but just think about it for 1 second. You have the, like, you have the mental model of saying, I'm gonna just do that again, of saying my server is here, and then I know that I have Summer server, Pot, Cat, Sake, and so on. Like, that's, you know, I know where things are. If you tell me that if I go here, it goes at the top while it's there, and then I'm switching to something else, and it is moving back to where it was supposed to be for the order and so on, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Like, it is the exact same thing as if I was on here, and then by simply moving to that tab right there, it moved to the top, and then it stays on the top, and then if I move to that tab right there, it moved to the top. So it pushed the Opera one from earlier just underneath. Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to understand from the people side of thing, but also from a user point of view. It's going to be so bad. So I would not recommend. I would not recommend. You know. Uh, yeah, I know, but I mean, yeah, yo, and hi, welcome on. Good day, good time soon. Basically, what it means. Keep going, welcome on. It basically when you hear that would mean that if I'm, let's put that in red for now, so that it's it's right there. So I am selecting this thing, so it moves to the left, and then I'm gonna select this thing. So I'm gonna use cyan for that. It changed in visibility and so on. So I click on this one. It moves to the left, meaning that the red is gonna move again. Let's say I'm going back to this one, so it moves back. Now I'm going here, which means that this is gonna push the entirety of the things. Then I'm going there, and then you see how much movement is going to happen. Whereas if I say I'm currently here, and then I move there, and then I moved, and that that makes sense. Marcy, work on it. How are you? How's the day going? Um. Also, which one you said keep coding? You said you made this. Which one? This? No. This? Neither. That's Kane. Kane did it. So the movement is a bit of a pain in the ass, but also it is a mental model that people don't have yet. So if you wanted to go with the tab system at the top, which we are currently thinking about as a potential, you kind of same thing as usual. You kind of want to remain in the familiarity realm and say, well, tabs behave this way for that thing, and therefore it needs to behave this way as well for that thing for the rest of the users because it makes more sense. But I'm gonna keep working on that while you're going to work. Have a good work. Have fun there, and maybe we'll figure out something that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. But take care of yourself, as always. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Um, I I feel like it's not a bad idea, Kane. I'd say I don't want to minimize what you said. I feel like it might be a bit of an issue in the long term for someone like myself, because if I do the thing in question and I have um, right the claw, which is right here, this is going to be something along the line of 28 by 28. That's going to be on the side, right? That's the thing, roughly. um, and so that be 28 as well. And then let's just add a bit of a fill at 10% so that it matches the rest, giving us the fully rounded thing. And the stack on that side, that is probably going to be somewhere along the line of 8 to get enough space on the side, right? So that's going to be the server thing, roughly. This is currently 16, so I'm probably going to go to 14 just for the sake of having something that is a bit cleaner. And then I'm going to use the X because it makes sense. You will have an X to close on the side, right? So So that's a thing. Also, let me click on that because I feel like it's gonna be the exact same. Yep. um, yeah. Did she work on more? No, she hasn't. Sad. Um, but that's the issue that I was about to talk about. You then are kind of forgetting about the other servers. That's the That's the thing. I am forgetting about the other servers that I'm in here, but I know which one they are. Like, I know that my secondary folder is everything that is streamer related. So I have Nerdy, uh, StreamerBot, anything that is like ATEM related, anything that is um, Codillo, which hasn't existed in a long time, and so on. All the things that are like other streamers that I haven't been that active in the past few months, years ish that are in there. And then all of these ones are servers that I used to be subbed to, and now I'm not. And then the last one are just the dead servers, the one that haven't been that active and just I have no business being in there. If 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 I have the Claw, Digital HQ, the Cat Lounge, the Pental Gang as names that are displayed every time for each of the server names, even if we go with the tabs behavior, which means that we will have each tab is exactly 120 4 pixel in width or something, like the usual, so that each and every single tab is going to be the same. And then if you have something like that, you know, and you said that this element is truncated with one line of text, you will end up with so much tabs that have text, and I mean, to me it will be so weird. So the then potential option is to go with, okay, so if I'm not currently on that tab specifically, these things are going to be hidden, and this is going to be 28. So that each of my servers that I'm not currently on are going to be condensed, and the one that is currently the active one is gonna have its name. And so on hover, potentially I can have like the name that displays and so on. I don't know, it doesn't really matter, but that's the thing. So if I click here, that happens. The first one is going to collapse, and then the second one is going to expand. And if I click here, second one is going to collapse, third one is going to expand. So that's an option to still have as much servers as possible. What? Um, yeah, Control T is the same in Arc and in here, which is kind of crazy with all these things. So, yeah, Sassy, welcome. How are you? How have you been? How is everything? How's the job search? Have you found a job? um, so I don't think the images would be too small. Right here we are at, and I'm gonna do a very scientific methods of figuring out exactly size. very scientific. These are 40 by 40, and these ones are 24 by 24. So, I mean, I could go 32 to make them bigger, because I do feel like if this is 28 by 28 in total, so that the output is a 32 by 32, I feel like that's understandable enough at that size potentially, but it depends. But yeah, I might have a lead. I had an interview earlier this week. Congrats for PM position for luxury wedding. Wow, invite companies. Big focus today on the certificate learning. You're on core 3 of 6 for the final third. So the Google take. Congrats. That is good news. I didn't give up. I stopped. I decided to not give a fuck anymore. No, I basically gave up on jobs in general. I feel like it's a very not feasible thing right now. And based on how everything is going, like the job market in France means that I will have to work with French people, in which case my brain is just like I can't do that. Um, so that's really not good. And then the job market in Japan is really good right now. Like there is a lot of options, but the immigration section is stronger and harder than before. So we used to be able to get a work visa in about 6-ish. Um, I mean, sometimes 3 months, sometimes 6 months, it depends. But, it took some time. And now, based on the new regulations and new thing that have been put in place, it is even harder to get the work visa. So it it's a bit like defeated is the feeling. Um, but yeah, it's just so I kind of gave up. Not really, but kinda. And I I saw a TikTok today that made me laugh so much because it was a thing about Americans moving off of the US, and the guy that was reporting said something along the line of, "I don't understand why this is happening. Have you seen your country, guy? Like I mean, I, you don't understand why this is happening. What the fuck?" So that I, I'm like, okay, fine. Um, oh, that's badly designed, but I get it. It seems, Kane, you're not the only one to have that ID. Um, and then again, by using tabs, as in true tabs, you end up with something that is easily understandable because people are used to it. And when you look at Chrome behavior, when you have 50 tabs open, for example, the current tab is the extended one where you see the full title. The other one have been compressed to show the favicon and the first letter or two. So you know, um, that's the that's feasible. That is feasible. But I get it. Also, yes, building things for yourself is so much more rewarding, and I absolutely agree. And that is the reason why I am not necessarily looking for a job. The fact that Can is working, Perfume is working, Ban is half working, which I should just share the links, like that's what happened. That's the time when I talk about all three. Um, and the new one, which is with a double do in the beginning, which you don't know yet about, is probably going to work as well. But it's just, um, you know, it's um, it's a lot of work, and therefore my brain is spread across everything, and I don't have the brain power to look for interviews and do other stuff. So yeah, Nox, hi, welcome on in. Yes. God damn, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't remember your seniority level, Nox, but I'm gonna say something that sounds weird. If you are a junior, you have a higher probability to get hired compared to me. So that's a that's a thing that I've noticed, because we as seniors have been used to salaries and expectations, and companies in this current time do not have the capacity to fulfill our expectations, in which case we are not selected. But a junior with good taste and skills will be an easy hire because it's just like, oh yeah, you're cheap, you're good, cool. I that's basically the market thing. And like as I've mentioned that before and I showcased that, but um if I go into this, which is not necessarily the right option, but whatever. This one is a small flat, which is 25 square meters, um, for 218K a month in Japan. And even if I said something along the line of, I want this thing for um, like 12 months, which is the shortest, whatever, or the longest, the small price. This, I'm gonna use the calculator. um, is 2,600,000 yen for your rent, and most of the salaries in Japan for my job are probably going to be around 6 million yen, which is like roughly 50% of my salary is going to go there for the rent, which is fine, but that's not like the rent in Japan is cheap compared to what I'm used to. So, you know, stuff like this. Like I've seen people and I've seen jobs that have been proposed to me as options where basically I would have made somewhere along the line of 300k a month in yen, and my rent is 225k, meaning that I only would have left 75k a month for everything else, which means that if I spend only 1,000 yen per day for food, which is not necessarily something that is feasible, but it is, I don't have much to do anything else. So, yeah. Right now, it's a bit complicated. But we'll see. At some point, we'll figure it out. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna have an option, and that's not what I wanted to do. Um, and yeah, you know, it's an option. It's a thing. Let me see. Can I do that? I don't think I can. Yeah. I don't know if I can do that. Anyways, I need a pee. Give me a second. All right. And yes, Stony, 100%. Figma is extremely slow all the time, always, for no reason. I mean, for reasons that are just like Figma is slow. And that's a pain in the ass. um, so this could work. I do believe that if we use Figma as a base as well, the height of the tabs that we have right here is potentially the right height for that section, because it makes sense, and I'm currently roughly at that height, like it's almost the thing. So currently I'm at 28 by 28. If we move to something that was apparently 40, 38 by 38, 36 by 36, apparently with the borders, the 38 in total, it could work, which I'm guessing this is an okay thing. The other part of me that is kind of weirded by this is I don't know if a chat app benefits from having less height. This is something that happened somewhere around here a long time ago. And one of the reasons why we had a sidebar in the first place. But people were like, well, I kind of want to have more height for my content and not less height. So we are trying to avoid the double headers for things. And and basically you had like these things at the top first. So we moved them to the sidebar because it makes more sense. It's a lot of lost space around here, but it made sense in the long term. So because the height makes more sense, the width is fine. But if we had less height, that means less projects seen per scroll. So you end up with like less data. So that was basically the idea and the concept. And so we wanted to make sure that you have a proper understanding of everything. But having your tabs at the top is a potential option. I mean, not bad, but I don't know. I don't know. Do I have this? I can't show you that. Uh, I can't show you that. I forgot if I have it here. This is a project you haven't heard of. I haven't worked on it in a long time, so don't worry about it. What? It's there. No, not really. I don't think it requires a lot of work. It's a very simple reorganization of the sidebar into a header. That's it. So technically speaking, it's the exact same thing. And physically speaking, the only thing that would change is the plus display the entirety of the list. Otherwise, it's the cherry-picked version that is showcased. And that's it. So it's not that complex overall. So Firefox is the same. Chrome is the same. Edge is the same. So basically Edge and this are the two that you're interested in. Alright, you can see that. So if we use Opera as a base and we don't have a sidebar, which is, the main point, and then in there we get that's 4, 4, so we need 4 here. And that thing, it's 4 as well. That header or subheader makes no difference whatsoever. So it can go the fuck away. Or it could be the container for all of the tabs. Debatable, but let's say no for now. So you end up with this, which can then have 4 all around so that you have enough space. These tabs are currently 28 in height, which makes sense. And this is the edge thing. And this is the Opera thing. And for regular edge, that would look somehow something like this, where interesting. Where your tab is encapsulating the content in this manner, and these ones are currently 41 in height, but you end up with roughly the same like height for your content. So it could work. It's just a non-common behavior for chat app. That's the only thing. The rest is basically gonna mean that your everything else is gonna be this. You will have that, that, and that inside of your main container. And so these two are probably going to be darker than the rest. So let's use that at 20%. And this one is going to be lighter than the rest. So let's use that at 20%. And that's the split that you will see, knowing that this one is going to be collapsed half of the time and open at times. It doesn't really change anything. And then on the other side, it's basically the exact same thing. So I mean, the difference in between the two is so much nothing that I feel like that's okay. I'd probably go with this nonetheless in terms of height, just for accessibility. Having something at 40 in height for the click is okay on iPad as well, even though the iPad would need something different. But and right now we made the sidebar at like 350, which is never going to be the case. If I look at this one, how much is it? This is actually 300. 302 to be exact. So, yeah. That's the sidebar, meaning that the other side is probably also 300 max. Your center point is currently on a regular 1440p display and 800 width, so enough space for most of the things, which is good for readability and so on. So that's an option. I don't know. It could work. It could work. As we said, it's not that complex to put in place compared to what is currently in place, because it's just a sidebar becoming a header, so that's fine. I think the thing that would take a lot more work is the logic of what is displayed and how they are displayed. What? That's fine. That's fine, I guess. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. It does make sense. Um, I mean, if I just do that, and then I just do that, and I have, um, I don't think that div is going to be good, but a margin top as an addition. Um, of 4 rams. 3? I mean, 2 rams is going to be 32, and this 32 seems kind of tight. So if I say 3, and that's the behavior, I feel like that's fine. It doesn't really bother me, specifically in full screen. Obviously, the bottom section is not visible because right now we pushed everything as a margin instead of using a padding, which that's my bad. I should have done that, but that's okay. um, it doesn't change much in terms of how you perceive the content, and even if I'm opening the side, I still have roughly the same height for the understanding. I don't have that sidebar that is all the servers, and you would have your tabs at the top. Uh, so it's feasible. Is it good? I don't know. Would it work? Probably. Would it be a system that is familiar enough so that people understand why it happens, and so that people that are moving from Discord to here understand as well? I don't know. I don't know. I think that's the biggest thing. The feasibility, the complexity, and everything else, I don't really give a fuck. The usability is there, the understandability from a converted user is the thing that is like, I don't know. I have doubts, but it's not impossible, and it makes sense, and it could potentially work really easily. I just, I don't know. Just an X? Just, just an X right there. What do you mean? Um, oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. I'm just a designer. I don't play games. I just, yeah, no. X to doubt is true. I mean, F to pay respect, but we say F for something else. It could work. That's the thing. It could. But that's it. It just could. It just could. And that's probably the issue. Probably the issue. Well, the objective is to create an alternative to Discord with privacy and security in mind, um, compared to what Discord is providing. That's the thing. So, as of right now, it's fine. But
Rip my heart out, it's broken anyway. Replace it with a metronome, and I will obey. Rip my heart out, it's broken anyway. Replace it with a metronome, and I will obey. Obey.
I forgot that. I forgot that was how it's supposed to work. Um,
Obey.
yeah. Um, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with the if it's too familiar and it's too identical, which is kind of the case right now. Um, where it's like, well, I'm on Discord. I'm not, but I'm on Discord. Uh, that's probably one of the thing that is pissing me off in the current design. It's just like it is Discord, and therefore it is familiar, and I get it, and I can do exactly the thing that that I want to do. That is the common behavior um, from everything. But if I want to steal, as you said, if you want to steal users, you need the design to be identical or better, and then the features to be identical or better, or different in a way that is what the Discord users have been complaining about for the past few years. Um, so, I mean, we could ask Claude what is thought about. Let's not ask Claude. Let's deep seek that because it's better. Um, let's also not show you all that. That doesn't change anything. Of the most common complaints against Discord UI in the past, I don't know, 5 years, it's gonna be good enough. Yeah, it's gonna be good enough. So the reason why I'm going to DeepSeek is that it's much faster to do web search, and yeah. Shrunken and non-resizable server icons, don't make complaints. Is a report that server's icon became too small. Too small. I doubt. I doubt. Rounded everything. Okay. Dark mode changes. Loss of screen density, wasted space. User consistently complain. The new update add excessive padding. Yes, that makes sense. Confusing or hidden navigation. That's the thing. Forced beta feel that we don't care about that. Poor call, blind and contrast support, that's really important. High strain and reliance on zoomed, which is also very important to have. Performance degradation, that doesn't really is UI related. Removal of customization, this is in the paid tier. And then the age verification is something that we need to have anyways based on the country that you're in. So in order to be compliant with the country that you want to do business in, you need to have that. So there is, what's the name? There is an alternative open source version of Discord that is plugged within Discord, but it's basically a reskinned version of the app that a lot of people are using because it's better. And I know that one of them is called Better Discord, but there is another one that has a code as an app icon, but I just forgot the fucking name. It's in blue as well. So nonetheless, based on everything that we have seen so far, is that people are asking for the old, maybe it is? No. That's cute, though. That cute ass thing. Yes. It's not the one that I had in mind, but yeah. Again, going through these things could be a good option for rendering, because right there, by using that, you would have like a pretty good understanding of what the better design work. And this one having 12,000 stars is a pretty good thing. Nope. That's the thing that I remember from last time when we looked at it. Yes. Nonetheless, the UI here, same system, same ID, same concept. It works as well. I mean, I'm so on both sides. I think Theo is using the one that I'm talking about. Not that it matters, but you know. That's not the one, but that's similar in terms of app icon. I'm gonna use that. Sleepy, welcome on in. That's a nice first message. That was the point. We are a design stream, therefore the design here needed to be absolutely not good in order to trigger some people and have some chats happening. Welcome on in. You get used to it. I guess Discord clients is probably gonna be the way in order to get like a reference for what is a bit of a better thing in terms of the design that people are looking for. But but I mean, at the end of the day, it's the same thing. So that I am very much on both fronts here with the top tab navigation is not a bad idea. The Discord-like environment being as natural as it needs to be is a good thing, because people are like, oh cool, it's the same thing. So as Kane said, why would I change if it's just Discord? Well, I would change it because it's privacy first and because it is um, secure. So that's a thing. But that's kind of sad. That is sad for you. But it's, I mean, it's just diagonals. It's diagonals. What happened? What happens to you? So that's the yeah, it's subtle stuff for the rotations. Not the chat. The chat is the strongest rotation, but everything is kind of um that's weird. I mean, I don't know. Um Probably it's probably the chat because of how on the side it is. Um I mean, it's more on the side when we're here. Um Don't worry about it. It's fine. I guess on this one you can't really see it because the camera and the chat are roughly in the same angle, not exactly at the same angle, but they are in the same direction, so that it's less prominent, but I get it. Um, but it's interesting that you're that. How do you say that? Touched? No. I am too. I've been designing for 22 years, so I've been doing a lot of things that are extremely aligned. And the previous stream overlay was a very like on the grid situation, um, where if I go into like that was our previous layout overall. If I go into here, roughly, like very straight, very, you know, flat and so on. That makes a lot of sense. That helps. This one was basically specifically for the phone. The previous one, which is right here, same very much concept. So obviously it would work for you. The previous one, which was on the grid, right there, was also like exactly on the pixel grid that we had right there. So that made sense. Probably would make sense for you as well. Um, but then we have had stuff in the past in a similar way. I'm guessing. I mean, I always have been roughly on the alignment. Even that one was also on the alignments. I need to go back to that color here because goddamn. Um, goddamn, I was skinny. Goddamn. But yeah, like that's the other thing that we used to have. Layout wise, we changed so many times. So, eh, eh. No, I won't change it. That's for sure. I mean, not this. It will change soon. Uh, there is a change of overlay, stream overlay every X amount of months. So, um, it's it makes sense. But maybe we go back to this, which is simpler. But I also don't like the overlay here like that. That overlapping doesn't make a lot of sense. This one was good because it was wider at a 2x1, which is a better rendering overall. But yeah, this is the ums. You are. So it's straight within this, but you need to turn your phone or your monitor or something to make it align. Um, but I get it. Again, we've experimented with so many things. I'm guessing this one is probably going to be the one that you the chat specifically might not work for you. I think I have that in the experiments. I forgot. Every time I forget, that is the situation. Um, but oh, it's been a lot more than this. We used to have like one new stream overlay every month, and then I stopped because that pissed me off. It was like too much work for no reason. Um, but there was a thing that looked like this, where the chat was. I mean, this whole overlay as well was all over the place in terms of alignments, and like a lot more than what we are currently on, just for the sake of everything is crooked. Um, so yeah, the chat was good. That's the thing. The chat on this one was the best option. To have like that wrap around was kind of fun. Um, I guess it's nice. It's a nice details. But it's interesting that the main content is throwing you off. The fact that Stony, you didn't really notice that the main content was uh, rotated is kind of weird. It's kind of wild that that's the case. Nonetheless, nonetheless. No, everything was absolutely all over the place. The content screen was rotated. So for you, rotated on this side, the camera was on the other side, and the chat itself was angled like this. So every element had like a weird rotation, just for the fun of it. Current design is camera has a bit of a rotation. Chat has a stronger rotation when it's here, so that it can navigate in between the two. I'm guessing that this is not going to work, so I'm not gonna even try. But that's the base alignment, and then when you move into the chatting, the camera itself is going to rotate to the other edge, so that it matches better with the chat. That it's not as jarring because you want like more real estate. When you move into the phone, which right now is not connected, you basically just contract it, but has a teeny tiny amount of rotation as well. And then the back, which is where we were, that's the one you don't like, but it's basically the same thing. The more you look at it, the less you see the rotation. At least I don't notice it much, to be honest. I think maybe the who's chatting bubbles at the bottom being flat might be not helping, in terms of making it understandable that, like, if they had an angle as well that was matching the computer, that might also work. But it's interesting. It is interesting that you are dizzy out of this. Uh, we have other, I mean, we have a lot of designers around here as well. And I think one of them said something similar in the beginning, and then now doesn't. Now just has unseen it. So it's now fine. Um, but yeah, there is something along the line of the inspiration that I took for this is all over the place. That makes a lot of sense. But it's also some of the previous um, let me see, like the current trend in design is having things that are flat but not flat. So you probably have, if you are a designer, you probably have seen some of these things all over the place in all of the designs that are coming out right now, that people are just misaligning things. The main content is usually pretty straight and pretty flat, but they also have added things that are just a bit on the edge, a bit on the rotation thing. Um, so you end up with shit like this, for example, which is pretty straight overall, but like there are some elements that just move things around. And so the reference that I used for this chat overlay this time, if I can find it, I know where it is in what board it is, and I should go to the board directly, but I didn't. So we're gonna scroll through things for a second, hoping that Pinterest didn't remove this thing, like they always do when I'm talking about some stuff. Like that's the type of shit that I had in mind, where you see that the element here has a bit of an offset. Same thing for that card right there. But the exact thing that I took as a reference was this, with the chat being a receipt. It's a thermal printer things, and then everything else is like on the edge and so on. I feel like having the screen without the rotation would break the system for this. Like we need to have everything with an angle, otherwise it's just off. I know. The thing is, if I show you how it looks with the screen proper, you will hate it when I commend the entire thing. So I'm gonna not do that, or I'm gonna do that. I don't know. Where the fuck is this thing? It's been a while though. That's the thing. Atakan, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the Latvia experience so far? Latvian experience, I should say. I feel like it's supposed to be somewhere around here, but obviously I can't find it, so where you at? I might just tilt your head and your monitor and the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that. That's gonna be easier. Where is my stream stuff? And yeah, right there. That's the initial inspiration that I picked up somewhere along the line 2 years ago. And I said, oh, having Polaroid versions of your camera for the stream could be a very interesting thing. Using the handwritten fonts as well would be pretty cool. And then adding the thing that I talked about earlier with like the bit of a tilt and so on could help to sell the oh, this is a desk situation where the camera is the Polaroid that is just dropped somewhere, in which case the folder is also like on the desk and therefore it fell, but it's not perfectly aligned. So that makes sense. Like folders like these, I have a bit of an issue with it if before because if we dropped folders on the table, there would be a slight amount of rotations. Um, just a slight thing. So keeping that in mind, I use the rotation because also most of the current design are moving towards something that is just a smidge amount of rotation just for the sake of creating something that looks organic. Like that is the current design trend. So you know it makes sense. But if I just it's a 1 degree rotation. That's probably the reason. That's like now it feels off to me. It's just it's too flat. It's too flat. You went to a rave. That's crazy. Uh, I was on a video art project that were projecting from 18th to March until 21st for the birthday of the city. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Sorry, my phone has been rebooted. So much shit to do. Yeah, I would love to see the work. It is a Friday, so review day and shit. So yeah, please share. See, look at it. Look at it. If it was flat and straight, if you look at the apps that I built, um, right about here, if it connects, come on. Like I'm doing basically the same thing. I'm adding some sort of a slight angle to elements. I'm making sure that each and every single stickers, each and every single images that I'm having on the front page are going to have a bit of a rotation. And then when you are within the card for the content for the perfume, for example, on this one, um, this is straight, but then the navigation or the inputs within that, you know, um, is a bit tilted. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can understand. I can understand. Like this is mostly flat, mostly straight, except these two bottles, just to, you know, have a bit of fun. I get it. I get it. Um, but you know, I mean, we like to create weird things. So navigation wise, for example, this is the way that I do my navigations. I bend them. I make sure that they are a bit weird when it comes to the content, but then everything is kind of flat. And then this is tilted, but this is tilted for that reason, like that. that react to the phone angle, so it makes sense. Eh. It's really interesting. I'm really enjoying the fact that it's fucking with you. Um, yeah, it's interesting that a 1 degree rotation is just breaking your head. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I'm gonna I'm gonna not say anything in the beginning, and then I'm gonna say something afterwards. Um, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Um, yeah, that's interesting. So the reason why I'm laughing about this, and specifically here, is because this is almost to the T the definition of the first visual project when I was in motion design in school in 2013, the 2014, the the teacher, the professor was saying, this is your first work, so do whatever the fuck you want. We will always have one person that plays with symmetry, and we will always have one person that plays with ink in water, like droplet of ink in water. We will always have someone that plays with the overexposure of stuff, and you have symmetry, overexposure, and drink of ink or drop of ink in water, which is pretty condensed everything, which is pretty fun. But yeah, that's why I'm laughing. It's just it's such a first year project. uh, that it works. It will always work. Like symmetry will always work. Ink and water will always work, and it's just um, it's just something that we all do as a concept in the beginning because we don't know exactly what needs to happen. So I get it. I don't think I have my classmates' projects anymore. I think these have probably died since then. Um, as in the project, not the classmates. And so it's just, I think we had two inks, um, inks in water. I did the similar but not identical um, things from Andrew Kramer. Um, it is, I mean, you see the same thing. That's the regular thing. Andrew Kramer, which I think it's one of these ones. Video Pilots is one of the oldest, which you can tell by the website that seemingly hasn't been updated since a long time. Basically, I use Shockwave as a base for the project that I made because I found legally acquired the assets like these, and so I used that for the first effects. Uh, and it was really bad, but you know, similar concept, ink in water, but drops to Shockwave. So It was nice. Legally acquired. Absolutely, absolutely legally acquired at that time of 2014, the height of the legally acquired stuff. Hmm? Anyways, don't. That's the suggestion. Don't stop. Go away. Get out when you still can. I don't know. It depends. I don't know enough about Latvia and the thing that you can do in Latvia. That would be very much French. I know you are near the sea, so that's the thing. Um, yeah, they will probably complain about the cheese and the wine if they haven't already. In which case, if you find a place that is good cheese and good wine, maybe bring them there. Um, but that's complicated. Yeah, I know. I mean, Kat was here and we were at the restaurants together. And at some point, I don't know what happened, but I started speaking French as if she understood, but she didn't. So, you know, it happens. It happens. But then again, I live in France and I'm still French, sadly. So, eh, it makes sense. But like I said a full three sentences before I realized that I was speaking French. Um, and I don't know what happened, but it happened. It's weird. It is weird. This is one of them that I remember as a thing. The Swift UI based Discord environment. But I don't really think it's good or bad. I just think that it's like it's fine. Design wise. Um I don't know. Going back to the initial discussion that we had from creating a new version of or a new tool that is similar to Discord that is mostly oriented toward the security and safety of the content. You have this, which is currently done, but there is something about the design that I don't like, and it might be some minor misalignments here and there that I feel like should have been fixed. Um, or it's something else, and the current brain is around the potentially you could make tabs instead of doing sidebar for the servers. But I don't know if this is a good idea or good enough idea, and or if it is something that would be useful in the long term. I feel like this is okay, but not good. So that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know. Look at it. It stands out. Ah, that took no time. It's crazy. Basically 3 clicks and then you have something that just stands out from the UI. Going in that direction of having some physicality within the buttons and so on is a very bad idea because we have tried before and most people don't like this style. So right now it's just for me to test things out. But yeah, having a lot of physicality within is not necessarily something that's going to work. Um, an attempt. I don't like it. I see the potential. I see the potential. I do like that potential in a way. I feel like um, straight to the point might be a better option than what we currently have with the search and so on. Um, I don't. I do, but I don't. The usual. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Um, so yeah, I feel like having the search, having all the elements, the preview, the continue where you left off, and so on, might be too much of a Netflix thing, and so going straight on to, oh yeah, this is your server, this is your stuff, with no recommendations, nothing. Mm. That system from the whole layout requires so much rework that it makes more sense to start empty and copy what can be copied with minimum changes. I see. Eh, yeah. Is it really so much rework? I don't think it is. I feel like what you currently have in libraries is this, and you just don't have a home. That's it. So that might just be it. Maybe, I don't know.
Shut the fuck up, you ain't nothing, bro. Stop. You better shut the fuck up. You ain't nothing, bro. Stop. You better shut the fuck up. You ain't nothing, bro. Stop. You better shut the fuck up. You ain't nothing, bro. Stop. You better shut the fuck up. You ain't nothing, bro. Stop. You better shut the fuck up. You ain't nothing, bro. Stop.
Oh, so you are doing basically a web view or a container that then tells the app what needs to be displayed, and that means that if you have an update, it's not going through the Apple reviews system and so on. Is that what you're doing, or what you're saying? Like no matter what, the app will always be up to date because it's basically WebView. Just like variables or everything in Figma, but with details, manual input. Um, I think a changelog is pretty useful on the web, but also, I mean, having everything in Figma with detailed documentation is a pretty useful thing for everyone else that uses the Figma file. So both are good. I don't really have a preference in between the two, to be honest. Um, 10 codes are containing 24 cards with content and a more link going to the page. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a bit of an issue, Stony, mainly because of what is currently happening with the App Store review system, where they are pulling the apps off of the stores when the apps are currently just a web view that contains whatever the fuck the servers want. And then things that have been vibe coded apps have been pulled out as well. So yeah, there's that happening right now. I understand the potential of what you want to create, meaning that that would basically say, um, instead of having all of the systems on your end, you could have everything's like on the server that defines how that user would probably have their app anyways. So yeah. Um, but yeah. And again, that could work, but it's also like kind of complicated. I feel like if the company that you are in is currently having the ability to get access to the version control features of Figma, which is like in the highest tier of payment, but um, yeah, that's a bit of a weird thing where displaying the diff in the IDE of like, okay, so this is what changed and so on for variables is gonna be a bit of a weird thing. The probability of you changing so much variables is not very high. Like you will probably keep 90% of the variables and maybe 10% will change, meaning that there might be something like, okay, so that green is now this green, and or that whole blue thing with all of the tints and shades are now these X codes instead of these ones that we had before. And that could just go into an email or a document page on like PDF that you send to the team in question. So just doing that and say, well, this has changed, this has changed, and this has changed, that is enough for the relationship with the clients. Um, Other than that, I mean, that's why I'm saying like having the documentation within Figma and accessible within Figma is a very easier thing to do, where you can simply just say, well, this is now this. Like if let's say I have that right there, and I'm just, I don't know. Done. I mean, I would probably have the code right underneath that just says, well, we are going from this to this, which is, I mean, that's not true, but you know, like that's enough. 99% of the time, that's going to be enough, specifically for variables within Figma. Um, yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't bother too much in the documentation process or in the creation of a plugins or something. It's just like, well, you just need to communicate what has changed for that person specifically compared to what they know. So yeah. Basically creating a component system like you do for your UI kit, but mine will actually work and are nestable with children. So you're basically creating slots. That's what you're saying. The new Figma feature that is a slots feature. It's just, hey, this is my container, and that's where things are. And then in said container, you have your main navigation at the top, right there, which will always be here. That's never change. And then underneath that, you have another container that is um, taking whatever the fuck it needs. So that whole thing is your main component for the view. And then based on the user needs, you will have things like, okay, so this one is having that section right here, followed by that section, which is technically a split in between that and that thing, which right now should not behave this way, but it does. Um, and then underneath that, you have another section, which, is going to be a full width thing. And all of that is managed by the relationship between the elements, right? That's what you're saying? Um, if that's the case, then that's fine. I'm just unsure about what will happen most of the times for the content. But then again, if you're doing the thing that I talked about in 2015 about Airbnb slot system and relationship between components, then yeah. Yeah, slots are useful in a way, but there are something that we have been able to do for the longest time. But they avoid giving us this, which if I can just load that file, it would make sense. So if I go into I think it's the model that makes the most sense on this one. This is the component for the model in itself. And I have so many options. So when I have that thing, all of my settings on the side are all of my options. And if I wanted to get this thing through slots, for example, I would have one slot for the image, one slot for the text, and one slot for the next content. So that's 3 elements and that's it. Whereas right now, do I have a header? Do I not have a header? Do I have a cover? Do I not have a cover? So I'm basically building the components in its entirety with the most complete thing, which will never happen. Like most of the times when you have a cover, you probably have a text, but you don't have fields. Like that's usually never happening within a model. But if you have like no cover, probability of having something to fill out is pretty high. The description sometimes is not there. And then when you are here and you have your header, maybe you don't have the icon itself and you don't have a subtext, and the thing is closable because that's just a login button, in which case you don't have 3 buttons at the bottom, you just have something like, I don't know, 1, 2, and that's about it, right? You don't have a secondary button here, and maybe the descriptive doesn't exist, or maybe you just have login and cancel, and that's about it. So now I have my stuff, and so if it had been into slots, I would have been able to add one thing, but that's it, and not too much more than that. That's debatable. But yeah. Yeah. Like that. The slot is just like a weird thing. I mean, it's the same as the settings that we have already, so to me, it's just like, that's fine. It makes sense. It's having a slot zone, drop zone for something is okay, but it's not necessary. And we talked about the fact that Reshaped is one of these. Where you at? Reshaped. Why am I not? There. Denny, hi, what on it? Something like reshaped, having their utilities and their presentation for the slots and the way that this is working, for example, is basically what Figma has been implementing right now. And so you have something where they are showcasing how complex you need your slots to be created in order to have all of the things that you wanted to have. Like, you have a single slot and then you have two with the same height, more space, less space, no space. And you basically need to have all of that in order to then be able to go into your main component, which I don't know exactly which one or where it is. Shit like this, where you have your slot and then the next thing. And so what it will take is, what do you want to put in the slot before the element that goes next, which right now is just, oh, I want an icon, or I want text. And that's basically it. And if that was the case, you could simplify this entire thing by having the text and the icon, and then say either it's the text or it's the icon or it's both, and that's it. And you're done. And it's just like one component with the 3 or 2 variation. So for me, it's just like, in my head and in my mental model, the slot model is okay, but it's also a waste of time and a waste of duplicated things. Like right here, for example, that output is based on this. So they have a slot that took the avatar, and then they have a second slot that took these 4 things or 3 things. So in order to do that, they had to create the 2 things as components so that they could replace them as components. So, I mean, is it really necessary to have like a carousel with all of that? Isn't it easier to just say, well, I have my carousel with 12. That's the biggest I want to showcase. And then just remove the one that you don't need. Like if I have a carousel with 12, these are with slots. And I say, well, that carousel specifically, the one that I want to have right now, is supposed to have just 6. So I'm just gonna select 6 of them, you know, and just remove that. And now I have a carousel with 6. I mean, it didn't take me 16 hours to figure out exactly which version I wanted to have. I get it that it is easier to just move from one to the other, you know, but do you really need an input? Is it necessary? I don't know. I would say no, but yeah. I don't know. So, technically speaking, it is interesting. The slot system is a pretty good option, and it works at times, but when you have the ability to replace a component by a component, it makes no sense anymore if you set up your component properly. And that's the issue. The slot is going to adapt to the content that you're giving it. So right here, this is taller than the slot itself, so that makes sense. And what Figma is doing is the same thing, right? The slot itself is going to adapt to its content, whereas something like changing the component itself manually will usually retain the size of the previous parent. So if you have a component like an icon that is 24 by 24 and you want to replace it with an input field, which is 48 by 120, you can't really do that. You can't change the values and so on. It needs to be 24 by 24 because that's the parent size. So That's the reason the slot is useful in that use case. But that's it. That's it, and that use case doesn't happen that often, and therefore it just it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, reshape is one of these elements that does have that system, but at the end of the day, it's not that useful. At least from my point of view, it's just like we've seen better, and common sense is the best option, as always. Like if you just think about the thing, it just works better. But I get it. Again, I understand the the fact that you have all of the variations of something in your head when you're building it is not for everyone. And not saying that I'm better than everyone, but it's just like I do think about most of the things most of the times. But yeah. Um that thing. Mm, mm, that transition is brutal, but I get it. Eh. But again, going back to the relationship between components, and because this is something that is pretty interesting and pretty important nonetheless. If you think about um, something like this, let's say I have my label because I want to have like a, let's say I want to create an input. So I know that my label is going to be at the top. That's for sure. And then I know that my input is going to be uh, underneath this thing. So I'm just going to paste the input itself right there. And then for the sake of having all the components that I need, there is probably a bit of text underneath, which is called the helper, that's going to be used here and there um, in order to make sure that we have like the definitions and so on. And so if I don't know, and if I'm using that um, the like if you're just doing that manually without the relationship components between components or the relationship definitions between components, then you end up with that can be whatever you want. But if you have an if statement, um, a logic-based thinking, not an if statement, but a logic-based thinking with your components, saying that if you have a label and the next element is an input, then the spacing cannot be anything other than 4. And if you do that, and you say, well, that will never be anything other than 4 because we have a label that is followed by an input. And then if the component that is following the input is a helper, then you can't have anything other than 4 as well. And that's like one of the rules that you can put into your settings. Or you could say, well, this is not supposed to be 4, this is supposed to be 6 or 8 or how many you want. And maybe you want to have these two being at 4 so that they are always together. And then the helper is at 8 because it needs to be a bit detached from the rest. But that's your rules. That's your ruling, your definitions, your stuff. These systems take so long to figure out and to create that we as designers are usually going to say, you know what? Let me give you the input field that is going to have the proper spacing at 6 in between everything, so that if you need an input field, then you have all of your options right away. You are here, and if you don't have a label, then we just remove the label. But the rest of the relationship in between the input itself and the helper is going to work. If you don't have a helper, but you still have a label, same thing. The relationship in between your label and your input is going to still be retained. Whereas here, if you don't pay attention, which is what I used to do when I started designing, let's say you don't need the helper here, maybe now that relationship needs to have something that is at 6 instead of 4, but you don't know because whatever. Maybe you are not making a lot of or paying attention to these things, and you end up with having these and that being at 7 instead of 6, just because you bumped it up by 1 pixel without, you know, paying attention. So that's a thing. Jonathan, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Good? Lunch break, I guess. And I hope you're good. So that's the type of thing that, as designer, is a good thing to have the components with the relationship in between components. But as the dev, you kind of want to have the flexibility of, okay, I have the label, I have the input, and I have the helper as multiple things that are split, because potentially, let's say I need to have, I don't know, an element that is an image, and I want my image to have a helper, and the helper is always going to have like 6 pixels in between itself and the element that is linked to. So that image element right here, it needs the 6 pixels, but they are split. But because this one has the relationship guidance within its creation, it knows that it cannot do anything else than 16. Meaning that if I were to do that, the system would figure it out that I made a mistake and change that to go back to 6. So that's the type of thing that you can do. It is a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, but you know, it's interesting nonetheless. We like it. We like it. So what you're trying to do, Stony, right now is a good thing. It's a lot of work. It's usually not done because of how much variability there are. I thought you were about to land. God damn. Marcy, that was, I thought you were about to land. You need to have like a mental model of this component is probably gonna be used in this, and that. And for all of them except this one, this is the relationship that needs to happen. And this one is an exception that needs to behave a bit differently because of something. And that's in your head. And you need to remember this. And you need to have this in your head at all times for everything. Meaning that if I go into this right there, let's just run for the sake of running. If I'm there and I have my label and I have my helper and I have my input container, like input field, which contains my helper and my label as 2 different elements, then the relationship is predefined for that specific thing. But technically speaking, if I go into, I don't know, the checkbox group, for example, that label is my label. it's supposed to be using the label component because it's on top of something. And in that specific use case, we have a bit more space because these are elements that are clickable and that are tinier than the input field itself. So that's relationship-based definitions and so on. So, I know. I can rant about this for hours. And going back to what I did, I think for you specifically. Nope. I think I did that for the either desktop layout or I did that for the components. I forgot. Give me a second. I did that for the components or within the components. So the switch in between these two things right there, in order to move from regular to collapsed, is very simple. I'm going to use the hover effect so that we can see how it behaves. Basically, the definition is that element is overflow hidden, and when you go into the regular, like, my bad. When you go into the regular collapsed size, it just goes to 44. And that's it. Meaning that by collapsing and swiftly changing in between the two, you end up with a good enough transition so that when it needs to go back out, it just uncover the thing. The text is technically still there, like exactly still there, but because it's an overflow hidden, you can't see it, and the transition is fine. You have something that is very much similar already, in the collapsed, in the first version that we had, and now you have a fade as well, which is okay, but yeah, that's basically how it is. It's just like the container is an overflow hidden, and that's about it. So you don't need to think about it too much. The text is still visible. The text is still there, so that if you have your selection by keyboard, it still is readable, and your screen reader will still pick up the text that's related to the tab in question. That is, it's still there. It's just like within the container, but it's non-scrollable. So that is the trick. Doesn't take much. It doesn't take much, but you end up with something that is good. Other than that, that's about it. That's easy. But it did pretty good. It did pretty good right there. I just would say that the icons are a bit big within the element. But that's it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We've seen worse. We have seen worse. Well, we currently have some stuff to do on this, which I know I should release it, but I don't. In the, again, mental model of me for all the product I have is not a good thing. I'm starting to mix and match stuff, so it's not good. I think it's in the viewer, right here. We want to rework the layout, I guess, of the right side to have the controls on a 100 VH. Nope. Yes, 100 VH um, column on the right instead of the fixed 50% height we currently have. So I just not updated, but today or yesterday was my renewal of Cursor. So now I have some tokens and I can use that here with Sonnet 4.6, which is fine. It's not the best, but it's fine. And for the past 2 days, I've been using Cloud Code through the Cloud Codes or through the Cloud app instead of Cursor so that I can save some tokens here. So we'll see if that works. I doubt. It's been dumb, like very, very dumb for the past 10 requests on the previous project. So I doubt that I'm gonna do that here. I feel like 4.6 within Cursor is kind of bad. And I have a theory which I don't like to use, but I have a theory which is Cursor is currently trying to push their Composer 2 new version of their model to everyone, and they are probably having or making some sort of a dumber version of the rest of the models in their system prompt, so that people will move to Composer 2 and not use the other models, which sounds bad, but it might be the case. Specifically because based on one of the tweets that happened today of people saying that Composer 2 is basically Kimike 2.5, which is the one that I have loved for the past few months, with just retraining on top. It's probably a real thing because it's as good as Sonnet 4.5-ish, and it's kind of free. So inference based, cheaper than what we had. So it makes sense. I am so scared of this. The viewer has been such a complicated things to work on in the beginning that I don't know if this is going to work. It was so much broken in the beginning, and it is still so much broken now that yeah. We'll see. But to answer your question, as soon as that sidebar is fixed and works, and that I can figure out the security npm install so that you don't have access to the paid tier, we good. And I can release it. But figuring out that limitation is way harder than I thought. So yeah, I don't know. I will release it at some point. I just don't know when. That's much better for the readability of these things, and it's also very good when you are looking at probably model which has so much shit on the side, so that you can just, change things, edit stuff, and so on. Am I still on the model? Yes, I am. If we don't have a color image, then we have the rest. So, yeah. It's not. In order to ask for help, you need to know exactly what you need help with, and right now I don't. So I can't ask for help because it's just like, well, I don't know how to do this, but I don't know what this is. Mainly because I haven't looked at um, the relationship in between lemon squeezy and NPM. That's the thing that I need to do. And I've been working on other stuff, which are more important for me than this. So that is in. That is in. Um yeah, it's working. It's not great, but it's working. That works. It's not best, but it works. I feel like that sidebar might be a tad wide. So going back to what I said to props, not yesterday, on on Wednesday, um, the controls on the side being expanded by default is a good option because you end up with providing all the potentials so that the users can just check and have the information that they need. But you may need to get something that is a bit more collapsed. So I have a feeling that some of these things would be uh, a better rendering if we had them in a more condensed thing, similar to what Figma is doing. So that's the thing that I kind of want to have, or kind of want to work to. The other thing is the Align UI documentation that we talked about before. Um, when you're looking at the documentations for, let's say, I think we do have the model right here, same, very similar thing. Their presentation is this is how the model is going to be triggered with you click to open, right? That makes sense. And then you have the installation, which is basically the same thing, which apparently they use Radix UI as a base, and then they have the TypeScript overlap, which is fine. I don't know if I like this, but that's fine. And then you have all of the options, all of the variations, and so on that is displayed underneath. If you look at the buttons, which is the main one that we are using all of the times as a reference, you have a preview, the install, followed by a preview of the rest for each and every single one of them. And you have the code that is presented if you wanted to present something similar. All that is the plan. So I guess this is an option, but I don't know if it's good. So we'll see. But that's not for today. That is for sure. As I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, which Tony, you were not here, as I said, you missed some things. I think I figured out the sync system for the perfume app, so that would probably happen soon-ish. If I did my work properly, which is not necessarily the case, I now have a sync system that works. So that's neat. And then, based on what you shared with me last time, I kind of did the same thing. I went in and I said, you know what? It would be interesting to have documentation about the progress of the project. Do you have the ability to create a heartbeat that just check the Git commits, and depending on how much is in the commit, let's do a recap when something is significant. And now I have 5-ish blog posts potential as just that happens. So this is cool. Thank you for the ID. I appreciate it. It's not published because I can't publish it, but as a starting point, I feel like it's a pretty good idea. It's very simple though. It's just within. I mean, I was in there, right there. Within this, we have the blog, and then it just created an MD file that contains everything with um, presets and shit. So it's useful. I feel like it's probably gonna be useful in the long term, mainly because this is the type of shit that I don't like to do. I don't like to write stuff. So having a bit of a recap based on the commit and the diff, and all of these are containing um, the the commits that are like included within. So yeah, no, it's good. It's not as weird as yours in a way because it's running on paperclip, which is just running when I'm letting it run, which is different. Um, but yeah, it's pretty. I feel like it's pretty cool. It's good enough for now. It's doing things like this is not gonna work. It's doing things like making a mistake in how the app name is or what the app name is. It's also combining things together when they shouldn't really be combined together. So there is a lot of things in there that just would benefit from being expanded. Like right now, the fragrance database problem is uh, just this, and it could have been a much bigger writing system, but nonetheless, this is fine. And one of the things that I do like is this pending thing, where if it skips some commits just because they are not like significant enough or they don't seem to contain enough, then it's just a matter of okay, so in these commits these happens or these things happens, and it's not worth like an article. So we have that, and if at some point we have like something that is expanded or retouched and so on, then um yeah, that might work. Like this fucking thing with 8,000 insertion in 123 files. That probably help in a full blog post, but yeah, nonetheless, that's the thing. So it basically your ID unlocked my question to Joshua last week, last month, um, last a bit ago, right about here, where like I don't know how I work, and I don't know what I can delegate to these things, and this is one of the things that I can delegate. Writing recaps of what happened on the day is something that I'm supposed to be writing within the commit title and the description, and I'm never gonna do that. So yeah. um so I feel like that's a thing that is pretty useful. Might be pretty useful in the long term. I don't know. We'll see. Um but yeah, also that needs to get the fuck out of the way. For sure. So yeah, that's where we are. That is where we are. Nonetheless, I have stuff to do though. Yeah, I don't do the AI commits for me most of the times. Apparently, the AI did commit the blogs. Um, I wasn't planning on that happening, but it did happen. So, you know, why not? Um, but yeah, I know it should. I don't. So that is not. Sorry, I'm looking at someone that is not speaking English. That's not really good. Yes, I can do that. The only thing that I can't do with um, the automation in the publishing through GitHub Pages is the repo needs to be public, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I would need to make like the blog public, the blog repo public, basically. So, which is fine. But yes, that is the option. So, Cat's live, Vash live, with a new camera apparently, which is interesting. Jackie's live, Nan's live. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like that's not a bad idea. James is still live, which is crazy. um, do you have someone specific that you have in mind? Somewhere to go? We have someone called Coffee Then Code, which is apparently doing some animation as interactions, which we could go there. I don't know if you know them. But I feel like we can go there. It's the first time I'm seeing there in the feed. You know? We went to Crystal last time. That's interesting. I mean, Coffee Dead Code is something that sounds like you. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Let's go there. It's the first time. We'll see if it works. You know, the usual. As always, if you have a question, that is true. That is a fair point. If you have a question and I'm not live, you can join the Discord to ask the question there. That is highly appreciated. If you have a perfume collection, you know, use that. It's cool. If you have a list of link, use that. It's pretty cool. And if you want to learn Japanese, you can use that. It's pretty cool as well. So, as always, I forgot to change the number. That's oh my god. So day 32 officially. God damn. Nonetheless, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Kane, you won. Congrats. That's impressive. And yeah, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you all on Monday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And yeah, maybe Perfume would have had an update in the weekend. I don't know. We'll see. Nonetheless, bye.